the entire farmland will be bought and there's no possibility for them to continue with the agriculture, so with the farmers in there. So it's a Parandur is a airport which is very close to Chennai as well in that case. So now two airports at the same location was not something that many of the people objected to and say that it was not possible to have it. So now today, Nirmal Kumar has officially made a statement saying that the TVK government right now is not subjecting to the Parandur airport and is now demolished that particular plan. It's a crores of rupees project that was to be invested, and now the TVK in one of its election manifesto did mention that the Parandur airport will not be built, keeping in mind the wetland and the agricultural land around it, and the farmers constantly protesting over the land, saying that it's not acceptable for them to have an airport. Including activists, social activists also stated that environmentally the airport coming in Parandur will be a trouble for them. So now TVK has eradicated the plan that the DMK has come up with.
All right, thanks Shada for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And in fact, at the moment, we're getting some live shots of Prime Minister Modi's Indonesia visit. So we'll cut across to the live visuals we're getting at the moment. So those are the visuals we're getting of Prime Minister Modi as he's now, in fact, on the final leg of his Indonesia tour. He's visiting a World Heritage Site and Prambanan Temple. In fact, at the moment, he's offering prayers at the temple. As you can see, President Subianto also accompanies him as the last part of his Indonesia visit now is underway. In fact, he's next headed to Australia as part of his three-nation tour. But right now, those are the live visuals we're getting of Prime Minister Modi visiting Prambanan Temple with President Subianto, also emphasizing on the civilizational ties and the historical ties that India shares with Indonesia. This is what Prime Minister and President Subianto both talked about, strengthening the civilizational ties that go between the two countries. And right now we're looking at both the leaders, in fact, visiting Prambanan Temple, which happens to be a World Heritage Site in the 9th century Hindu temple in Indonesia. So those are the live visuals we're getting you from Prime Minister Modi's visit to Indonesia. As in fact it reaches its conclusion, we are looking at an attempt by both the leaders to emphasize on the historical, the cultural ties that both the nations share. All right, my colleague Chandrakala also joins with more details on this. Chandrakala, as Prime Minister Modi is about to wrap up his Indonesia tour, we are looking at the visit by both the leaders, in fact, to Prambanan Temple, emphasizing on the historical and the civilizational ties that India and Indonesia share.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is a majestic temple, located in Indonesia, and now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, alongside with Indonesian President, is visiting the Prambanan Temple, the 1,000-year-old Prambanan Temple in Yogyakarta. Of course, we know that India will be supporting Indonesia to launch a conservation project for the 1,000-year-old Prambanan Temple. In fact, the largest temple, century-old temple, and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Of course, we know that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has rightly pointed out how deep, this is another remarkable testament to deep cultural and civilizational ties that have connected India and Indonesia for over 1,000 years. And in fact, it's more than 1,000 years old temple, and it stands as a symbol of the shared cultural heritage of India and Indonesia. So very important, significant visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which reflects our historical connect the two nations shares. And this conservation project is part of India's cultural diplomacy and soft power and active policy in Southeast Asia. In fact, the ASI, the Archaeological Survey of India, is partnering with Indonesian authorities for restoration and conservation of several smaller temples, which is within the Prambanan complex. And Prambanan is among the largest temple complex near Yogyakarta and on the Indonesian land of Java, and contains the original structures that were built in the 9th century AD. So you could see that both the nations shares a huge cultural connect, a great cultural and historical civilizational connect. And this particular visit reflects how India and Indonesia has been cooperating on different fronts, be it maritime security or preserving preserving such temples in Indonesia, in the land of Indonesia. So yes, In fact, the temple is itself a complex consisting of 240 temples dedicated to Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. So, and as rightly mentioned by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how India and Indonesia is connected through Mahabharata and Ramayana. A very, very important point to note is that,
All right,
this,
in fact, Chandrakala, hold on to your thought. We are looking at a statement being released by the Prime Minister. It's taken.
ये मेरे जीवन के लिए बहुत ही चैतन्यपूर्ण क्षण मैं मान सकता हूं.
This temple houses the sacred idols of Lord Shiva, Goddess Durga, and Lord Ganesha. For centuries, devotees have worshipped here with deep faith and devotion. Today, I too had the privilege of offering prayers in the most traditional manner and in offering my respects in this sacred temple. This has been one of the most sacred, one of the most remarkable and devotional moments of my life.
मित्र प्रेसिडेंट प्रभोवो जी, उनके साथ यहां आने से ये आयोजन मेरे लिए विशेष हो गया है.
This occasion,
मैंने यहां ईश्वर से भारत इंडोनेशिया की मित्रता को मजबूत करने, हम दोनों देशों के नागरिकों के कल्याण और दोनों देशों के तेज विकास के लिए परमात्मा से प्रार्थना की है, भक्ति भाव से पूजा की है.
This occasion is even more special because I had the opportunity to visit this sacred temple complex along with my dear friend President Prabowo. I prayed here for the stronger ties between India and Indonesia, for strengthening the friendship amongst our people, for the well-being of the people of our countries, and for the rapid progress and prosperity of our two nations.
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, मेरे मित्र राष्ट्रपति जी जिस प्रकार से किसी काम को हाथ में लेते हैं तो एक फौजी के नाते बहुत वेल प्लान करते हैं और समय से पहले पक्का पूरा करेंगे. और आज उन्होंने मुझसे प्रॉमिस लिया है कि 29 के पहले इस काम को हम कर लेंगे और आपको दोबारा आना है. मैं आपको वादा करता हूं कि मैं इसके पुनर्निर्माण के बाद जरूर यहां आऊंगा और आपके साथ इस उत्सव को मनाऊंगा.
Today, and I would like to convey that President Prabowo, being a soldier himself, he knows how to plan things. So when he has planned this restoration, there is a clear strategy. And with this planning, I'm sure that the restoration work will happen ahead of time. And today, my friend President Prabowo also made me promise him that we will finish this work before 2029, and I need to make a return visit once again to Indonesia to inaugurate the temple complex after restoration. And in front of all of you, let me reiterate my promise. With our joint efforts, we will finish this work before 2029, and together we will celebrate the restoration and the inauguration as a big festival.
राष्ट्रपति जी, मैं इंडोनेशिया में लैंड हुआ और अब थोड़ी देर के बाद विदाई दूंगा, लेकिन आपने जो समय निकाला, पूरा समय आप मेरे साथ रहे और हर कार्यक्रम में जिस प्रकार से आपने बारीकी से इसका प्लानिंग किया, एग्जीक्यूशन किया, एक मित्र के नाते इतने शानदार स्वागत के लिए, इतनी आत्मीयता के लिए मैं भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिकों की तरफ से और व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरी तरफ से मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं.
From the moment I landed to now I'm about to depart very, very soon, President Prabowo ji has been extremely generous with his time. He spent so much time with me. And every aspect of my visit, every aspect of my program has been planned so well. The attention to detail that President Prabowo paid to every element of my program and the wonderful execution leaves me speechless. As a dear friend, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on not just my personal behalf, but also on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians for this grand welcome accorded to me and my delegation, and for the warmth, friendship and love.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much.
The joint press statement has concluded. Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, we have come to the end of today's agenda. We wish you a pleasant and memorable visit in Indonesia. Thank you.
Just now, I'll see.
Right, in fact, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi thanking Indonesian President Subianto for how generous he has been with his time and for a successful visit to the country. In fact, with that visit to Prambanan Temple, Prime Minister Modi is now wrapping up his Indonesia tour. He will be next headed to Australia. In fact, it has been a successful visit for the Prime Minister. Lots of MOUs signed from defence to energy security to maritime ties. Now we're looking at a visit to the temple as well. So civilizational ties, people-to-people ties have also received a major boost. And this as Prime Minister Modi now wraps up his Indonesia visit and the first leg of his three-nation tour. Next, in fact, he is headed to Australia and then, of course, New Zealand. In fact, viewers, now shifting focus back to Tamil Nadu, we're getting some more developments from the state. Now, ahead of CM Vijay's visit to Karur, once again, DMK has now filed a case in High Court, which has now been dismissed. But DMK alleged that it is not right for CM Vijay to now offer a government job. The plea, in fact, stated that as CBI inquiry is still underway in the Karur stampede case, TVK is now using measures to wipe out the evidence. So big charges leveled by DMK against TVK ahead of CM Vijay's visit to Karur. This is where the stampede took place. And in fact, their plea has now been dismissed, but they alleged that there was an attempt by TVK to wipe out the evidence in this case while the CBI inquiry is still underway. So that is the latest that we're fetching at the moment. A big setback for DMK, in fact, as their plea just ahead of Vijay's visit to Karur has now been dismissed by the High Court. In the plea, they had alleged that it is not right for CM Vijay to now offer a government job to the victims of Karur, to the kin of the victims of Karur stampede. The plea also stated that while the CBI inquiry is still underway, TVK is now using measures to wipe out the evidence in this entire case. But it's a big setback as their plea has now been dismissed by the High Court right ahead of CM Vijay's visit to Karur. All right. In fact, my colleague Sharda also joins with more details. Sharda, it's a big setback for DMK. They alleged that TVK is now making attempts to wipe out the evidence in Karur stampede case, but their plea has now been dismissed right ahead of Vijay's visit to Karur.
Just yesterday, we saw the case. The Supreme Court was dismissed and DMK also reviewed the case that they had filed against the TVK Chief Minister and the Minister Adavarja, claiming that the visit to Karur might wipe out the evidence that you just mentioned. Now, today, another case was asked for an urgent hearing in the High Court, especially on the matter that Chief Minister Vijay will be offering the one government job for employee to the position to one of the persons in all the 41 families who lost their lives in the Karur stampede. So now that brings in a question from the DMK as to if the TVK government is trying to, lay low with this particular news. And if the CBI inquiry is still underway, why should the Chief Minister, who is also said to be involved and the investigation is going on for the same by the CBI, without the charge sheet comes, why should he be allowed to visit? And also offering them a government job, making the families to provide down on their evidence as well is what the DMK pointed out. So now, today the High Court has also dismissed that particular plea. The Madras High Court of the Madurai bench heard it and said that it is not required to hear any such cases while the CBI is inquiring. The Chief Minister of the state has very much right to travel and visit the Karur constituency. And with the bipolar elections coming in, the DMK also fears if this particular opportunity will be used by the TVK party to earn more people from there for the bipolar election and make them vote for them.
All right. Thanks, Sharda, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now viewers, a monsoon fury continues across India. Major landslide has now hit Kerala's Wayanad district following relentless heavy rainfall that began on Monday night. This has prompted an immediate rescue operation at the site. In fact, the landslide led to the killing of 4 persons, while sources say that several people are still fear-trapped. Now, the landslide occurred near Meenakshi Bridge at Kaladi, closer to the ongoing tunnel road project linking the districts of Malappuram and Wayanad. Construction workers were reportedly at the site when the incident occurred, raising fears of further casualties. Here's a report. Take a look.
A major landslide occurred in Wayanad today. Some of the deadly visuals from Wayanad shows the devastating nature of landslide. The tragic landslide killed 2 people while many are still fear-trapped. The landslide, which occurred at Kaladi near Mepadi, hit a tunnel project underway, trapping several workers. Rescue operations were launched immediately, with local residents stepping in to help and pulling people to safety. The landslide happened when a mount of debris generated during excavation suddenly collapsed, blocking the nearby roads. Meanwhile, rainfall in the area was recorded at 265 mm in last 24 hours. After the landslide, the India Meteorological Department has issued a red alert for the district. Following the landslide, Kerala CM V.D. Satheesan directed the cabinet ministers to visit the landslide hit area in Wayanad immediately. Rescue teams continue to clear debris as the search for those feared trapped remains underway.
All right, viewers, that's a wrap from my side, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, Meta now goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after the public's a big expose. Getting you all the details on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage."
Monsoon triggers landslides across India. 4 deaths reported in Kerala's Wayanad. Several houses, shops buried in Jammu's Doda.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwan Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a
Forces Conclave, India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18th July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next generation military technologies, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. Now let's have a look at the top headlines. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Gangster Goldie Barar now on FBI's most wanted list, putting a reward of $50,000 for any information that will lead to his arrest. Baraipur rape and murder accused shot dead during crime scene reconstruction in West Bengal. Shuvendu sets the line. Rape and murder accused shot dead in encounter as he tries to flee after attacking police personnel. Final leg of PM's Indonesia visit. PM visits 9th century Hindu temple and UNESCO World Heritage Site before departing to Australia. US launches fresh strikes on Iran after Iran strikes commercial tankers in Strait of Hormuz, placing further strain on the ceasefire. US also revokes sanctions waiver on Iranian oil. Crude oil prices surge as US continues to strike Iran despite the ceasefire and peace talks. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story, a big breaking news development that we are getting from West Bengal. It is about the Baraipur rape accused, the accused in the alleged gang rape and murder of a 12-year-old girl child in Baraipur. He was killed. The accused he was killed in a police encounter early today. And according to police, he allegedly snatched a police personnel's service weapon during a crime scene reconstruction. He fired one round at the cops and tried to escape. Now, police retaliated and the accused was shot at. Now, he was taken to Baraipur Hospital where doctors declared him dead. Now, these are the two visuals. And these are the exclusive visuals, as you can see. And this is the encounter scene visuals where this rape accused was killed while he tried to snatch the weapon of a police personnel while they were there for a crime scene reconstruction. So this is Baraipur rapist who has been shot dead. All right, Kishle is on a phone line with us with all the latest updates in the story. Kishle, if you can highlight the fact and put this into perspective, how he was taken for the crime scene reconstruction and the sequence of events that followed.
Well, Shivam, exactly. This is a very important development and probably the biggest news from West Bengal right now. Prabhas Mondal, one of the primary accused in this particular case, in this brutal case of rape and murder, he was being taken to the spot of crime for creation of the moment of crime, and while he was taken around 12:45 in the morning, in the morning preceding the day of today, he was being taken to that particular spot in a police van. Along with him, the inspector of this particular case, the investigating officer, was present, and about 4 or 5 police personnel were present who were escorting them. While he was being taken to the spot and while he was being brought down from the police van for recreating the moment of crime, he immediately started attacking the police officers and the constables. He tried to snatch away the weapon of one of the police constables who was present there and tried to run away with that weapon. In order to prevent him from running away with a deadly weapon, the police had no way other than shooting at him. While he was shot at by the police in order to defend themselves from his attacks, he got injured and he was taken to Baruipur Hospital, where the doctors declared him dead. This is the whole sequence of events that followed. Prabhas Mondal is dead. He is one of the prime accused of this particular brutal rape and murder case of a 12-year-old girl in Baruipur, West Bengal. The girl was tortured, brutally attacked, and then thrown in the water alive. And she was killed in that way. She was in fact sexually assaulted. She was raped, gang raped by these 3 or 4 men who are being now investigated. Most of them are in the lockup right now. They are being arrested. They are arrested already. This particular man, Prabhas Mondal, who was one of the prime accused, because he knew the whole sequence of events, it was easy for the police to understand what exactly happened that night. That is why around the same time when the crime happened, he was being taken to the spot where the crime happened in Surjapur of Baruipur, West Bengal. But he tried to flee and attack the police personnel when he had to be shot by the police, and he's dead right now.
All right, Kishle, thanks a lot for all the updates in the story. Keep tracking of all the developments. But this has set an example for all the criminals in West Bengal that this is the fate that's waiting for you. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. A big breaking news development that we are tracking. A key Lashkar-e-Taiba commander has been killed in the encounter between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Zakir Ganai was one of the 2 terrorists who were first spotted by surveillance cameras on July 3rd in a dense orchard in the area. Now, his body has been recovered, marking a significant breakthrough for the security forces in the massive anti-terror operation which was going on since the last 5 days. These are the visuals. These are the visuals of the killed terrorist. This terrorist is killed in Shopian, in the Shopian encounter, the operations, the search operations which are going on as we speak. This is the Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist, and it's a big win for the Indian forces because he's a key Lashkar-e-Taiba commander who has been killed in the encounter between the security forces and the terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. This is Zakir Ganai, who was one of the 2 terrorists who were first spotted by surveillance cameras. We also had the visuals of the 2 terrorists who were spotted in the surveillance cameras on July 3rd in a dense orchard in the area. Now, his body, the person on the screen, the dead body on your screen is of the terrorist, the killed terrorist. His body has been recovered. This marks a significant breakthrough for the security forces in the massive anti-terror operation which was being going on for the last 5 days. A big development, a big success, a big breakthrough for our brave, very brave security forces who were conducting this operation in Shopian. And these are the visuals of the encounter. These are the latest visuals of the ongoing encounter and the operations, as you can see on your screen. And you can see that there is a heavy deployment, and the personnel are there who have been deployed, and there's continuously they're tracking all the developments, all the movements. And there were 2 terrorists primarily who were tracked via the surveillance camera, and one has been eliminated, one has been killed. This was the top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Zakir Ganai, who was killed in an encounter in the Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir. Body recovered, significant breakthrough for security forces. This enters the operation enters the 5th day today, that is on Wednesday, that's the 8th July. Now, he was a key Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, killed in Shopian. Zakir Ganai, one of the two terrorists who were first spotted by the surveillance cameras in the dense orchard in that forest area. The body has been recovered, and he was an A++ category terrorist, and he has been killed by the security agencies. All right, Zeenath is live with us with all the latest updates in the story. Zeenath, if you can put this into perspective on how big of a success this is and what category of a terrorist the person was who was killed in this encounter, in this ongoing operation, and at what stage of the operations, without highlighting the live details of the operation, what stage of the operation are we at? Because it's a very big success and a very big achievement by our brave brothers.
See, this is the 5th day of the anti-terror operations in the Shopian or the village called Chanapora, and it is more than 100 kilometers from the Srinagar city. As of now, the one terrorist has been neutralized and the dead body has been recovered in the orchard somewhere at 6 in the morning. As we carried the story, the pictures we show you of the terrorist who is Zakir Ganai. He comes from the Kulgam. He was a part of this entire module that was working in Shopian and Kulgam, rather in the South Kashmir. The Indian Army's 55 RR along with the other troops, SOG Shopian was part of it. They have recovered the body along with the arms and ammunitions that have been recovered. In fact, his body was spotted in the morning at early morning along with the arms and ammunition, as IG Kashmir also confirmed his identity to us, and the operation still continues as far as the search in the entire Shopian is concerned, because the two of the terrorists were spotted in the CCTV camera footage, accordingly which the joint forces launched an operation Saturday evening, and since then there were the two firefights that were witnessed by the locals in the Shopian, and finally the sudden lull in the air was also observed. But today morning we can see that the breakthrough in the story when the body of the local terrorists have been recovered. First, the locals were able to identify, then the family was called in. J&K police is following the protocols as far as the post-mortem and other details are concerned. But meanwhile, as the army has already conveyed that the two terrorists were spotted, so they are not leaving the ground. Keeping the search operation has been extended to multiple villages. Earlier in the Mimardar, which is the area under which there are 7 villages, 4 were cleared by the army, giving indirectly a hint that the terrorist movement was not spotted, but the 3 of the areas were under the cordon yesterday itself. Finally, one body has been recovered. He is Zakir Ganai, who comes from the LET. He is a commander of LET and had joined the terror ranks a couple of years back. But with this, we can say the local recruitment graph of the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley has dipped more.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Zeenath, for all the updates. But it was very clear you can run, but you cannot hide. This was the social media platform exposed of the Jammu and Kashmir police. Big development here, big achievement here. Let's move on to another big story that we are tracking. Now, reports and ground videos reveal a brutal crackdown by the Pakistani army and rangers, leaving at least 27 unarmed civilians dead and hundreds injured in Rawalakot and other towns. Now, the violence erupted just hours before a planned massive march towards Muzaffarabad by the Joint Awami Action Committee, that is the JAAC, to protest skyrocketing inflation, high electricity bills and military oppression, with Islamabad imposing internet shutdowns and strict restrictions. Is the Pakistani military committing war crimes? More in this report.
Tonight, I would like to warn you that the situation in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is becoming extremely grim. We are getting reports almost every day of the continuing butchery of the Munir army. Asif Munir has told his army and told the security forces and his rangers and the Pakistani army to sharpen their guns against unarmed civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, Asif Munir is planning and preparing for an even bigger bloodbath in POK. Just hours before the All or Nothing march called by the free people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir on 9th July, Asif Munir's army and the rangers are preparing to carry out another genocide. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, on the 5th of July, when thousands of Kashmiri men, women, children, and even the elderly came out peacefully to participate with fight flags. The Pakistan Army was surprised to see the numbers increase in Abbaspur, Rawalkot and Muzaffarabad. If you are watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you that this has become an unstoppable protest. These civilians are only asking for electricity and flour, that is atta, from the dams, electricity from the dams they themselves produce power from. What did they get in return? Live bullets, tear gas shells. Ladies and gentlemen, the park rangers and security forces opened fire on these unarmed civilians. Pakistan's forces opened fire. They didn't use tear gas, they used live ammunition on their own people. And things are potentially going to get worse because we know that at least 1,500 people have already been arrested. Omar Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti, all these fake Kashmiri leaders, the people of POK are asking them to speak up for them, but they're looking the other way because Mehbooba Mufti needs the permission of the ISI to open her mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, she will not speak for Kashmiris. My dear viewers, a senior JAAC leader whose clips have gone viral, Sardar Aman Khan, has been forced to appeal. He says, should we step forward towards the ceasefire line or not? Please see the pictures we put today. All these people who are protesting freely simply to eat, to live and for electricity are being killed by the dozens. Some of the visuals have been so shocking that we have seen like a Jallianwala Bagh massacre kind of situation where there's mass and relentless shooting happening on unarmed people who have chosen to protest. Internet has been cut off in this entire area. Mobiles cannot be used anymore. The Pakistani army has decided to cut off Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Even those gathering for the funerals of their loved ones have been shot on. And now there is a 48-hour ultimatum that has begun for a July 9th action. The free people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir are telling Asif Munir that you can try what you want to do. We, in turn, instead of relenting, are giving you an ultimatum. And I expect, through the information I have, because many people also speak to us, speak to me, my information is that this time the Pakistani army is trying to bite off more than it can chew. People are rising in different cities and towns, and more people are going to rise up over the next few days, not even weeks. And many people are saying, let's move towards the LOC, because look at the situation of Kashmiris in Jammu and Kashmir and look at our situation. Hundreds of thousands of crores are coming into Jammu and Kashmir in the form of legitimate investment. This contrast between the terrible situation of Kashmiris in POK and the very prosperous lives of Kashmiris in Jammu and Kashmir is a contrast that you cannot turn away from anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, the contrast is such, if you were to consider the situation in East Germany and West Germany before the fall of the Berlin Wall. While people in East Germany had nothing to eat, while bare necessities had become luxuries for them, people in West Germany had technology, had food, and had a much better standard of living. I'm not saying that this is that kind of a situation where the wall will break, the LOC will disappear, and people will intermingle. They can't because of obvious security considerations. But for the people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, on a daily basis, the only one thing they say is this: what is the price we are having to pay simply to have the right to eat? As this is happening, I want to tell the people of Pakistan there cannot be a bigger crime than what Asif Munir is doing now. I want to tell the Pakistani army, remember when the Pakistan Army Chief's residence was broken into. I want to tell Asif Munir, I want to tell the ISI that remember, fear for what will happen when the people rise against you. And if there is any ounce of humanity in any Pakistani today, they will rise against the ISI, against Asif Munir, against the fact that their government does not even have money to build dams So it keeps crying to us and telling us to give them water from the Indus River system, when the reality is they do not have the storage facilities, because whatever meager resources they have after begging and borrowing from the IMF at the World Bank, they spend on guns. Pakistan has got its priorities wrong, but the people of POK have got their priorities right. They want freedom from the ISI, and they will get it. I assure you they will get it. We are 100% with them.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development. This is coming from Karnataka. Now, the Karnataka Lokayukta conducted simultaneous raids on 10 government officials across the state in connection with alleged disproportionate assets cases. Now, the searches are underway in Bengaluru, Raichur, Chitradurg, Tumakuru, Shivamogga, and Kalaburgi. So these are the raids linked to disproportionate assets case. And the raids are happening in Bengaluru, Raichur, Chitradurga, Tumakuru, Shivamogga, and Kalaburgi. The Karnataka Lokayukta conducts raids on 10 government officials, raids linked to disproportionate asset cases. Big breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen. This is coming from Karnataka. This is about the raids which are being conducted, simultaneous raids that what we are talking about, on 10 government officials across the state in connection with the alleged disproportionate assets cases, and the searches are underway at various locations, at various parts of Karnataka, especially in Bengaluru, in Raichur, in Chitradurga, Tumakuru, Shivamogga, and Kalaburgi. So these are the details of the ongoing raids which are happening by the Karnataka Lokayukta at 10 locations. The Karnataka Lokayukta conducting simultaneous raids at 10 on 10 government officials across the state in connection with the alleged disproportionate assets, that is the DA cases. The searches are happening as we speak in Bengaluru, Raichur, Chitradurga, Tumakuru, Shivamogga, and Kalaburgi. Big breaking news development coming in from Karnataka, and this is in context to the disproportionate assets cases. All right, Abhishek is live with us from Bengaluru newsroom for more details on the story. Abhishek, if you can put this into perspective and share us the exact details of the raids which are being conducted by the Karnataka Lokayukta.
Shivam, it is very clear that the intention of the Lokayukta officials is to make sure that the alleged officers who have accumulated illegal assets which is disproportionate to their salary income or the legal income, the Lokayukta officials across the state launch attack on at least 10 to 15 officials belonging to various other departments where they had clear and valid information as these officials had accumulated a large number of assets which isn't in match with their salary or the income. And at this point of time, the Lokayukta raid continues. The officials have raided various other places belonging to not one, not two, but at least 10 to 15 officials of various other departments. This raid might continue for the entire day, and after which these officials might also be taken into custody or be given a notice by the Lokayukta officials. And we shouldn't forget the fact that as soon as the government changed in the state of Karnataka, it's almost 3 years, and the officials, the MLAs in various other parties had complained to the government that the officials aren't listening to the demands or the requests of the legislators, and the officials are making sure that they go against the entire system to accumulate as much wealth as possible. And based on these complaints, there had been happening several raids in the state for the last couple of years, and this is yet another raid, and the official press note or the information will be shared by the Lokayukta once the interrogation or the raid has been completed across the state.
Okay.
Shivam.
Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for all the latest details in the story. Keep tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development. This is from Pune, and this is about a wall collapse. The exact moment a boundary wall collapsed, a safety wall collapsed in Pune due to the consistent rains. The compound wall of a prominent housing society suddenly collapsed due to continuous heavy rainfall in the Bhukum area of Pune. Pune's Mulshi Taluka, and this is the aftermath because this wall was there previously. As you can see, this is exactly the moment the entire wall collapses, and how dangerous this could be. That's the highlight of the story, because the incident occurred at night. Fortunately, there was no loss of life or injury to anyone. The visuals of the wall collapsing have been captured on the CCTV cameras. The local residents state that this is not merely a case of a wall collapse, but amounts to endangering citizens' lives. They attribute such incidents to the use of substandard materials and negligent workmanship, and are demanding strict action against those who are responsible in this case. Now, this incident has created an atmosphere of fear among the society's residents, because this is supposed to be a very strong safety wall, and you can see how the wall all of a sudden collapses. And fortunately, this happened at the night time and nobody was injured. All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more lined up for you in the next bulletin for you. That is the live report. Coming up after the break, Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Coming up next, all details on that and a lot more.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much. आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? No, if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he...
All right, viewers, coming up after the break. Baroipur rape and murder accused shot dead during crime scene reconstruction in West Bengal. Coming up after the break in live report.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones waving the flag while standing on the vehicle before the vehicle was blown up. This is what has happened. And this is the strangest and most dangerous incident that has happened, because we don't know what is the message that they were trying to send by carrying out a car explosion. Please look at these pictures with concern. A crane hoists a car 50 feet into the air and a mock terrorist attack is carried out. A hanging enacted with little purpose connecting the act to the occasion. There was an attempt at some kind of messaging. And ladies and gentlemen, remember what happened in Red Fort. Just 8 months back, there was a blast at Red Fort, and today, 8 months later, some people are celebrating with a mock terrorist attack. What kind of provocation is this? Why should we accept this provocation? Look at the visuals very clearly and ask for sensitivity here. Is there some signaling some people are trying to do, and what is the way these people should be dealt with who talk like that, who do these kind of things? If this is an attempt at trying to project a mindset of conflict and combat in our society.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic. From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Meta issues detailed statement as Republic puts out back-to-back investigative reports claiming that they never want this content on our platforms. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Gangster Goldie Barar now on FBI's most wanted list, putting a reward of $50,000 for any information that will lead to his arrest. Baroipur rape and murder accused shot dead in encounter as he tries to flee after attacking police personnel. Sets the line. Rape and murder accused shot dead in encounter as he tries to flee after attacking police personnel. Final leg of PM's Indonesia visit. PM Modi visits 9th century Hindu temple and UNESCO World Heritage Site before departing to Australia. US launches fresh strikes on Iran after Iran strikes commercial tankers in Strait of Hormuz, placing further strain on the ceasefire. US also revokes sanctions waiver on Iranian oil. Crude oil prices surge as US continues to strike Iran despite the ceasefire and peace talks.
Ladies and gentlemen, Republic TV for the last few days has been getting you an investigation. And in the course of our reporting, we've been able to prove to you how child sexual abusive material, or CSAM as Meta calls it, material is available on its platforms like Instagram and Facebook. In fact, it is so freely available that as of this minute, as we speak, such content is still there on its platforms. And for the last 2 days, we've been putting out proof of how this content is available for Indian users of Meta. For example, Meta has about 480 million users on Instagram alone. That's 48 crore users on Instagram alone. Now, Meta's platforms have been given a notice from the government. The government had given 7 days time. Meta has about 2 days time before they respond to the government. But after 2 days of reporting, they have responded in a detailed post. They've tried to shy away from taking ownership completely. And Meta has, in the last few hours, tried to escape the entire onus. In fact, the scandal has become much bigger today as Republic relentlessly exposes the fact that child sexual abuse material is still online. They have tried deflecting. We tried to put the focus on the child sexual abuse content, but as of this minute, Meta is not taking ownership of the content. They're trying to say that this is either third-party material or that such ads, they're calling it third-party ads, and they have also said that some of these ads, some of this content still exists, and they are trying to take it down. The point is, there is huge public anger in India as child abuse content continues to be on its platforms. Let's go through the full details of what Meta has said in its statement. They've tried to, of course, hide behind the usual response, saying that it is bad and it is wrong. They have also tried to say that they never want such content on their platforms, and that it's inaccurate to suggest that they knowingly or deliberately target ads featuring children to people based on an appropriate interest in children. There is a problem in the statement itself. So let's go across to Nitin Waghela joining us from outside the Meta office. We continue to stake out outside the office of Meta in Gurugram. This is one of their biggest offices. This is a blog that they've put out. They have confirmed that they are responding to news reports, Nitin, which means they are, of course, watching. We have written emails to them as well, and they wanted us to share the URLs. I mean, any person writing these emails, if they go through their own platform, they will get thousands of these URLs, maybe millions. We don't know. But the fact is, they're asking us for the URLs. They should not be doing that. I mean, they're admitting failure of their own systems. What are people at Meta telling you? You've been speaking to some insiders at Meta. What do they have to say about what really is going on with all this content being online on Instagram and Facebook?
In this specific user case, that the Republic has found out through its vigilant investigation of child sexual abuse material rampant on its platform, not only Instagram. We were also going through Facebook today, and we found devastating, horrific, sexually suggestive, to say the least, kind of content on Facebook. When I specifically tried trying to report that content, the site was not working. Niranjan, that is the kind of a failure that is going on the backdrop of such a clarification, which not necessarily is a clarification. We would rather say it's more of a PR stunt. They're trying to save face, but it's all out in the open right now. And I'll just like to point out to another fact. The guy who's running Meta India, Arun Srinivas, earlier he was the director and head for ads business. I mean, I don't understand what kind of promotion system is going on at Meta. We spoke to a couple of officials who just stepped out of the gates, and they were so tight-lipped. It's more of a PR, probably an AI written letter rather than facing our facts. And we've been here since the past 2 days. Back to you.
So who's answerable for this in India, and where do they sit, and why are they not answering?
Exactly. I think it's they don't want to take accountability because there are two factors to it, as they've also mentioned in the recent clarification after Republic Impact, Republic reporters being outside standing for hours and them trying to avoid us. Obviously, they're watching us in their offices. They've switched on Republic television, I'm sure, because that's the kind of reaction you can figure out through how the guard movements outside the building. And I think it's very clear that either it lacked human intervention. And we've also pointed out to the fact that they've got 15,000. And this is from the Meta's official site, Niranjan. 15,000 reviewers working. Their exact job is to ensure that no harmful content, sexually suggestive, child sexual abusive material goes on their platforms. So it's a major accountability at question. Even I think Mark Zuckerberg should sort of speak to us and answer why is this happening. And on the other hand, if you look at the latest Meta activities, they're still trying to rope in advertisers, advertisement people. It's completely money over morality and ethics, as we've said earlier. Back to you.
Last question: how much of time does Meta have to respond to the center's notice? When were they given the notice? What were they asked to respond to or take action on, and have they done that?
Exactly. It's a complete failure. Our team our entire young team at our desk has been investigating all the kind of material that we've gotten. We showed it yesterday. I think 9 advertisements. You were part of the reportage yesterday as well. And there were 9 such instances that came to light. Girls in our newsroom are sort of scared to even open Instagram. So there's complete lack of action, accountability. We've got reporters of national media channels. Republic is the only one outside these offices. There's no other channel, no other reporter. We was there last day. There was no other channel, spending time on this. This is a matter of national importance. Every child, India has got over 900 million active internet user base. Over 480 million users use Instagram. Where's the accountability? Can a 4-paragraph statement actually save face for Meta? Is the question that we're asking today, Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Giving a close track on the story. In fact, we will come out with part 3 of our investigation today. But ladies and gentlemen, the other big story we are tracking here on Republic, there's been a case of rape and murder in Bengal, in Baruipur in Bengal. There's been a development overnight. The rapist has been shot dead in an encounter. The Bengal police says that this rapist tried to flee, he tried to snatch a gun, and that he was shot dead. Republic has been tracking the story, and our Republic Bangla team on the story. There is one message that is being sent out after this, that the state government in Bengal under Shuvendu will have zero tolerance to rape, rapists, and we're getting in more details of the circumstances under which this rape and murder accused was killed in the encounter. We were told that at 12:45 a.m., the police had left along with the accused Prabhash Mondal seen in this video for the reconstruction of crime in Baruipur. And just before initiating the reconstruction of the crime in Suryapur, in Baruipur, the accused here, Prabhash Mondal, snatched the arm of one of the police personnel, fired one round on the police team, and tried to run away from the spot. And during return firing from the police side, the accused Prabhash Mondal was injured and he was taken to the Baruipur hospital where the doctors declared him dead. Now, those are pictures of him. That is him after he was arrested. Those are pictures on the left of the gruesome condition in which the body was dumped in a pond in Baruipur with body parts mutilated. That was the gravity of the crime. If anything, Shwendu Adhikari's government saying that they have zero tolerance to any of this. Shaikat is live with me and he's getting us the details. Investigation is on. Shaikat, can you take us through the details? What happened? What did he try to do while the reconstruction was on?
Actually, 45. Reconstruction was carrying on by Varipur District Police along with one of the accused, Prabhash Mandal. And as per police, this is the encounter spot. This spot is cordoned up by District Police. This is the encounter spot where Prabhash Mandal, the first arrested person and one of the accused persons, Prabhash Mandal was tried to escape, to snatch the service revolver of a SI, and then police have to fire to protect themselves, and from here injured Prabhash Mandal was sent to Baruipur District Hospital, and there he was declared dead at the hospitals by the attending doctor. This is the encounter spot, and just opposite of us, that was another cordon of area. That was the actual PO, place of occurrence, where that 10 years girl were drowned by the accused persons. That area also cordoned up by District Police. However, one person also arrested at this rape and murder case named Kabir Molla alias Prabir. At this rape and murder case, one person is also arrested, and the violence case, 20 persons arrested by District Police. This is the area where Shurjapur, under Baruipur police stations area, this is the cordon of area where the encounter was happened in the last midnight, 12:45, when police was try to reconstruct the reconstruction of the crime along with one of the accused persons named
Yes. In fact, I was trying to ask you what the gruesome condition in which the body was found. He raped a minor. There's been a lot of anger in this particular area. People were asking questions of the government, of the police. But the message that's gone out today is that there is zero tolerance for rape or rapists, which is a contrast to how Mamata Banerjee, for example, her government, treated cases like this. Case in point, the RG car incident.
Yes, this government says actually CM Shubhendu Adhikari said that zero tolerance for this kind of incident, and rape incident, any kind of rape incident, any kind of molestation incident, any kind of incident against women, crime against women. This government is setting up zero tolerance. That's why after the Chief Minister announcement of this zero tolerance policy, police was tried to reconstruct the crime with one of the accused named Prabhash Mandal. And at this area, when they reached at this area, Prabhash Mandal tried to escape, to snatch a gun from a police officer, and he fired one round, and after that, to protect themselves, police fired also, and he was injured at this area. He was injured, and from this area he was moved to Baruipur Hospital quickly, where he was declared dead by the doctors. And just after opposite side, that was also cordon off another area, and that is the actual PO, place of occurrence, where the girl was drowned by these accused persons, and this is almost a rural area, almost a remote area, and this area was chosen by this accused because of this area is remote area, no persons residing here, and from this area nearest location is quite far away with the rail station also. And at this area in the last midnight 12:45, when investigating officers was try to reconstruct the crime along with one of the accused persons named Prabhash Mandal. Prabhash was tried to escape, to snatch a gun, snatch the revolver of the service revolver of the police officers, and he was tried to escape. Then he fired one round, and then police fired also because to protect themselves.
So these are pictures coming in from Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. The message from the Shuvendu Adhikari government seems to be that they will not tolerate such crimes, or at least that is the message that's gone out, as the rapist here, the alleged rapist, tried to escape. That is him there. He was detained, immediately taken into custody, and later they tried to take him back to the location to reconstruct what had happened. And when he was taken there, he tried to snatch the rifle. He tried to hold the arm of a policeman and try to snatch a rifle, and he was shot dead in that period. That's him being taken, Prabhash Mandal, the alleged rapist in the Baruipur rape and murder case. In fact, while Shaikat is there, we will tell you there has been an attempt also by the Trinamool Congress, ironically the Trinamool Congress, under whose watch women were raped. You had Sandesh Kali, you had RG Kar, you had so many cases where rape and murder, there was absolutely no action taken. They tried to politicize this, but they will now ask questions. In fact, they're trying to ask questions on whether this has turned out to be an encounter, Raj, etc. But this attempt to politicize it as well, Shaikat, there are no buyers for it. Nobody is buying that.
Yes, exactly. The zero tolerance policy is the first preference of this new government, because any kind of crime against women, any kind of molestation, any kind of rape against women, the government will not tolerate this type of crime. And Chief Minister Shuvendu Adhikari also said that the zero tolerance against all kind of crime against women is the new policy, is the main policy of this government. And he ordered the police officials that no one will be released from this crime, rape and murder case, and no one will be released at the violence case. And almost 200 people has been identified at the violence case also, where the police car was burned, a lynching incident was also happened, a boy was dead by this lynching incident, and 200 people was identified, Chief Minister said, and also 20 people has been arrested at this violence case. So any kind of crime against women and any kind of crime like lynching and mob violence will not tolerate by this new government, by the new regime, by the BJP new government of West Bengal.
Joining us with those inputs will be a top focus story here on Republic TV, as Republic Bangla also reports on the Baruipur encounter. This is in Bengal, where a rapist has been shot dead. Ladies and gentlemen, last evening around 7 p.m. we brought you the visuals of a Shiv Sena leader, Eknath Shinde faction leader. He's a sitting corporator of the Shiv Sena assaulting a doctor. Now that video came out last night. He's clearly seen assaulting a male doctor, a female doctor, and there was an allegation that even nurses were assaulted. There was no FIR against this Shiv Sena leader until this morning. Finally, an FIR has been filed. FIR has been filed against him, but 3 others have been arrested. But among those arrested is not the Shiv Sena corporator. So questions being raised on whether the Shiv Sena leader here is being protected. This was over the allegation of a family that went to the hospital here in Mumbai, and their daughter was pregnant, was not given a bed in the hospital. The hospital allegedly told them that there was no bed in the hospital and they had to find another hospital, following which a call was made to the Shiv Sena leader, seen here in the video, who came with his goons, barged into a government hospital and started assaulting doctors on duty, including a woman doctor, including nurses, and finally an FIR has been filed. He's not arrested yet, and the wait is to see whether he will be arrested next. Those are pictures from the hospital. Let's cut across live.
क्या बोल रहे हो कुछ प्रॉब्लम है? कुछ प्रॉब्लम? दो पेशेंट आप हॉस्पिटल में क्यों आए? इलाज करने के लिए। इलाज करने के लिए। तो इलाज दे रहे आपको? नहीं, फॉर्म।
Those were the pictures that came in, the CCTV visual of the assault, where the Shiv Sena leader is seen attacking doctors on duty, including nurses were also assaulted. In fact, the visuals that came in also showed nurses breaking down and the staff at the hospital breaking down after they were assaulted. Look at him. He just barged into the hospital and did that. There is no arrest yet of this Shiv Sena leader, and we will update you once that arrest is now made. Revati is live. One quick question, Revati. Where is this leader? It appears to be a case of the Shiva Sena, which is also in power. The Deputy Chief Minister is Eknath Shinde. So are they trying to protect this leader, whose name is Ramesh Mhatre?
So as of now, there's no official statement by the Shiv Sena Shinde faction, but yes, 3 of them are arrested by Dombivli police. And now the question is, why isn't Corporator Ramesh Mhatre arrested yet? The most important thing now, sources indicate that in some time, it is highly possible that Ramesh Mhatre will be arrested. Also, Republic has been trying to contact him since morning, but his phone is switched off. So we are not able to connect with him. So now it will be important to see that when does Dombivli police arrests Ramesh Mhatre. And also the most important thing to look out is that whether Shrikant Shinde, who is the MP of Kalyan, whether he takes any strict action or no in this particular incident. Over to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Keeping a close track on that story from Mumbai, where a Shiv Sena leader has been caught on CCTV assaulting doctors on duty. Will the government in Maharashtra arrest him? Keeping a close watch on that story. Thank you for watching the live report.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, Forces Conclave, India's defense story is entering a transformative and new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation now accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18 July in New Delhi for Republic Defense Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next-generation military technologies, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnership driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. And with that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking on Republic TV this morning. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Gangster Goldie Brar now on FBI's most wanted list, putting a reward of $50,000 for any information that will lead to his arrest. Baripur rape and murder accused shot dead during crime scene recreation in West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari sets the line, a rape and murder accused shot dead in an encounter as he tries to flee after attacking police personnel. Final leg of Prime Minister Modi's Indonesia visit. Prime Minister visits a 9th century Hindu temple and UNESCO World Heritage Site as he wraps up and departs to Australia. US launches fresh strikes on Iran after Iran strikes commercial tankers in Strait of Hormuz, placing further strain on the ceasefire. US also revokes sanctions waiver on Iranian oil. Crude oil prices surge as US continues to strike Iran despite the ceasefire and peace talks underway. Here's a top focus at the start in Dombivli doctor assault case. Vishnanagar police have now finally registered an FIR against the local corporator and Shiv Sena leader in connection with the assault that took place on a doctor and two other nurses in Dombivli, but have so far arrested three accused: Ramesh Pawar, Pramod Nikam and Akshay Karante. Sources indicate that the main accused and Shiv Sena corporator, in fact Ramesh Matre, is expected to be arrested shortly by the police as well. So this is the visual of the assault that's now gone viral, in fact across internet, and now we're looking at some action that could be coming in this case. In fact, my colleague Revati also joins with more details on this. Revati, a breakthrough, it looks like, is coming in the doctor assault case. An FIR now registered, and we are also expecting the arrest of the Shiv Sena leader shortly.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that Shiv Sena Shinde faction corporator is now expected to be arrested by the Dombivli police. As of now, 3 arrests have been made in the case. Three people who are arrested in the case are identified as Akshay Karande, Rohan Pawar, and one more person. Till now, the question is being raised that why Ramesh Matre, who's the corporator, right, who is alleged for the physical assault on lady doctor, is not arrested. So now the source indicate that he might be shortly arrested by the Dombivli police. In some time we expect that Ramesh Matre is arrested, but the most important thing to look out is that the Shiv Sena Shinde faction's official statement over this, because no leader has addressed this particular incident. And also it will be important to see that Kalyan's MP Shrikant Shinde, what does he say on this particular matter? Over to you.
All right, so silence from the leaders, and in fact the Shiv Sena Shinde leader is yet to be arrested in this case. Thanks Revati for joining us and getting us the latest on this. Now we are shifting focus to another big news that we're tracking at this hour. Key Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has now been killed in an encounter between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Now, Zakir Ganai, one of the terrorists who was first spotted by surveillance cameras on July 3rd in a dense orchard area, has now been killed in the encounter. His body has now been recovered, marking a big boost for Indian forces and a significant breakthrough for the forces in massive anti-terror operation, which in fact has been going on for the past 5 days. Meanwhile, operations still remain for the other terrorist who still remains at large. So one of the two accused, which was spotted on July 3rd, one Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, in fact, has been killed in the encounter in Shopian district. In fact, my colleague Zeenat also joins us with more details on this. Zeenat, we understand in a big win for Indian forces, a Lashkar-e-Toiba commander, Zakir, has now been killed in an encounter.
Absolutely, this is a booster shot in the arms of the armed forces who have been working day and night. As far as the South Kashmir Shopian encounter is concerned, they did not even leave the ground despite there was a lull in the air. They kept searching for these terrorists for the last 5 days, and finally the breakthrough was witnessed in the morning when a dead body was recovered in the orchards, and somewhere nearby arms and ammunition too were collected from the side. The body was taken by the Indian Army and later handed over to Shopian police for the further formalities like the post-mortem and other things. But the one who has been neutralized in this operation has been identified, a local LET commander who's identified as Zakir Ganai, into the terror ranks, working for last many years, and now he has been neutralized. So this was an operation of Indian Army along with the SOG, and the CRPF was also seen seen outside the cordon, and despite that they were holding the ground for the last 5 days, there has not been the civilian movement was not hampered, and the life was moving smoothly when the security forces were working on ground and searching each and every. We have not only seen the foot soldiers on the ground, but the aerial monitoring was being done through the quadcopters. We have also seen the kind of drone footage that has come in that tells you the efficiency and also the determination of the forces who have been working in this entire operation. So, as it has been said that these terrorists can run, but they cannot hide for long. So, one of the important operations coming in from the South Kashmir, where the local terrorist was neutralized.
All right, it's a big win for Indian forces as a Lashkar-e commander has now been killed in this operation. Thanks, Zinat, for joining us and getting us all the latest on this. And now, viewers, let's move across to the live visuals we're getting of the Prime Minister leaving for Australia as he wraps up his Indonesia visit. Now, the first leg of Prime Minister Modi's 3-nation tour is, in fact, concluding at the moment as he wraps up his visit to Indonesia. In fact, President Subianto there at the airport to see off Prime Minister as he now begins his, in fact, visit to Australia. He's leaving for Australia at the moment. In fact, he's going to be there in the country for 2 days. It's at the invitation of Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese that he's now taking up this visit to boost India-Australia comprehensive strategic partnership. So after a first successful leg of his visit of the 3-nation tour, he wraps up his visit to Indonesia and currently he departs for Australia. This is where Prime Minister is scheduled to hold bilateral talks with his counterpart Anthony Albanese, as well as call on Australian Governor as well, General CSAM. Prime Minister is also scheduled to participate in India-Australia CEOs Forum and address business leaders from both the countries as well. So a lot is there on the cards for the Prime Minister for his Australia visit, including an interaction with the Indian community there as well in Melbourne. But right now, those are the visuals of Prime Minister Modi as he wraps up his successful visit to Indonesia and departs for the second leg of his 3-nation tour. My colleague Chandrakala also joins me with more details on this. All right, in fact, we'll try and connect with my colleague there later, but right now, those are the visuals coming on your screen as Prime Minister Modi wraps up his Indonesia visit. All right, shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting at this hour. The US is now planning to seek the extradition of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi from India to face sweeping federal racketeering charges, with investigators now saying that the move is aimed at preventing him from continuing to run a global criminal network from behind bars. The announcement came after US officials unsealed an indictment charging Bishnoi along with alleged Lieutenant Satinderjeet Singh, also known as the Goldie Brar gangster Goldie Brar, with directing a transnational criminal enterprise accused of murder, extortion, kidnapping and even large-scale drug trafficking across North America and beyond. All right, in fact, Chandrakala now joins me with more details on this story. Chandrakala, a big step coming in from Washington. It looks like it is a mulling over a step to seek extradition of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi right after they were indicted in a federal charge sheet.
Yes, in fact, a very, very major development as far as this case is concerned. Now, what you're learning is that the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. authority, has just announced in its press statement, that they are now seeking extradition of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi from India, and then steps would be taken as far as the legal avenues are concerned. And now, the fact that the announcement just came after the U.S. charged Lawrence Bishnoi gang and of course, Goldie Brar alias Satinderjeet Singh for ordering the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Khalistan separatist in Canada, which is a very, very important development as far as the India-Canada relations are also concerned. We have also sought a reply from the Canadian side as far as what would be their take as far as this extradition is concerned. And now that the move is, this particular move by US is aimed at, preventing preventing him from continuing to run a global criminal network from behind bars. In fact, Lawrence Bishnoi gang and of course Goldie Brar, who is involved in several other violent attacks and criminal charges are against them. They are now charged by US, and in fact Goldie Brar is in the list of most wanted of FBI, and in fact FBI has announced a reward of rupees 50,000 US dollar as far as information related to Goldie Brar is concerned. And Lawrence Bishnoi is currently in jail, and of course Goldie Brar, of course, he's absconding, and this is the latest development that we are learning. Right. And in fact, the US authorities has also mentioned that India has been cooperating. We are looking forward to what India has to say regarding this development, and as soon as a response comes, we'll be updating on that.
All right, Janakala, keep tracking India's response on this, a big development as well, and we'll keep coming back to you. For now, thanks so much for joining us and getting us all the latest. Now we are shifting focus to the developments. We're getting to light from Karnataka. Now, Lokayukt conducted simultaneous raids on 10 government officials across the state in connection with alleged disproportionate assets case. Now, the searches are in fact underway as we speak. Viewers in Bengaluru, Raichur, Chitradurga, Tumakuru, Shivmoga and Kalaburgi as well. So several locations are being raided simultaneously by Karnataka Lokayukt. 10 government officials in fact are under scanner, and this is a case in connection with disproportionate assets cases. So those are the visuals we're getting from across the state as several raids are now being conducted at the moment by Karnataka Lokayukt. 10 government officials, in fact, are under scanner as searches are underway right now in Bengaluru, Raichur, Chitradurga, Tumakuru, as well as Shivamoga and Kalaburgi. So those are the areas under scanner as 10 government officials and premises are linked to them are being raided at the moment by Karnataka Lokayukt. This is in fact in connection with the alleged disproportionate assets case that we're looking at the moment. So those are the visuals we're getting from Kalaburgi and Shivamoga as well. Those are some of the areas where searches are being conducted in addition to Bengaluru, Chitradurga, Shivamoga and Kalaburgi as well. And now we are shifting focus to another big development we're getting at this hour. Now, CM Vijay, in fact, has scrapped the DMK airport project in Parandur. Now, in fact, the project worth rupees 27,000 crore in Parandur has now been cancelled by the TVK government. TVK minister claims that it is not easy or even possible to build a runway in Parandur as there are concerns over wetland and farming lands. So a big development as far as TVK's project goes in development case. They've now in fact scrapped the DMK project of an airport in Parandur. This was a big high-profile project worth about rupees 27,000 crore, which now stands scrapped by the TVK government. And on this decision, they've cited ecological concerns, saying that it is not easy or even possible to build a runway in Parandur as there are concerns over wetland and farming lands. So a major step, in fact, as far as TVK's developmental steps go in the state. In fact, we'll try and connect with my colleague Sharda there as well. She's been very closely tracking all these developments coming to light. TVK now scrapping DMK's high-profile project, airport project in Parandur worth over 27,000 crore. And this is over ecological concerns that the entire project has now been scrapped. All right. In fact, my colleague Sharda is back with us. Sharda, give us details about this. Now, we understand TVK government has now entirely scrapped the DMK's airport project in Parandur, and they have cited ecological concerns for the same.
Well, DMK promised another airport in Parandur, which is near Chennai, for multiple easier cargo in and out of the state, especially the exports for the state would be easily transferred from there. But however, being a wetland and agricultural land, TVK in its election manifesto promised stating that they would not be building an airport and they would scrap the project. So today, it's been confirmed by one of the TVK ministers, Nirmal Kumar, that it's not possible to build the airport as building a runway there is impossible and it's not easy because it's all a wetland and agricultural land, and there are multiple ecological reasons as to why that should not happen. While multiple farmers protested against the Parandur airport being built, now TVK has agreed that the airport will not be built there. It's a 230 crore project which was suggested by the DMK and is the first project that's now scrapped off by the TVK for the DMK. Meanwhile, the TVK follows the DMK's other funds project, but after this, it was the transport as well, the multiple buses that was also being cancelled. So now we can see that the TVK is going against the projects that the DMK had signed in the past 5 years, and now new projects that are owned by the TVK that has been given in their manifesto and plans are being bought out.
All right, Shraddha, do continue to stay with us. We're getting some more developments from Tamil Nadu as well. And now here's, in fact, ahead of Vijay's visit to Karur, we're getting to understand it's a big setback that is coming for DMK as their case has now been dismissed by the High Court. Now, DMK, in fact, in their plea pointed out that it is not right for the CM Vijay to offer a government job to the kin of Karur victims. The plea, in fact, also stated that as a CBI inquiry is still underway, TVK is now using measures to wipe out evidence. But the entire plea has now been dismissed by the High Court. In fact, Shraddha continues to stay with me on this as well. Shraddha, it's a big setback for the DMK as their plea has now been dismissed by the High Court right ahead of CM Vijay's visit to Karur.
Well, yesterday the Supreme Court rejected the DMK's plea and the DMK withdrew the result on this, saying that Vijay should not be allowed to go to Karur. However, Supreme Court had stated that Vijay is not the accused in this particular Karur stampede case and that they cannot stop him. Meanwhile, the High Court today has also stated that the Chief Minister has very much rights to visit the Karur as it's inside the Tamil Nadu territory and that nobody can stop the Chief Minister's visit. Now, DMK blames this as saying that the TVK ministers and the Chief Minister meeting the families of the victims in Karur almost after a year and providing them with a government job will easily help them, eradicate and evade all the evidences that's still under the CBI, saying that the CBI is still investigating this particular case, whereas the TVK has pointed hands towards the DMK and the DMK playing a blame game politically against the TVK now. So the question remains whether the CBI charge sheet or as of the evidence being provided, who the main accused of the case will be reprimanded as per the CBI. So now DMK questions if the TVK decides to eradicate the evidences in Karur by meeting the victims' families and also stop them from the CBI inquiry and change their stance on what exactly happened back in September 2025 is the main fear that the DMK has. Nirmal Kumar, the TVK minister, says that the DMK is in fear with Vijay's visit to Karur.
All right. Thanks, Shraddha, for joining us and getting us the latest on all these developments. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming right up, Baripur rape and murder accused now shot dead during a police encounter as he tries to snatch their weapons and attack them.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession. where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are two people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account.
Coming up after a short break, a Baripur rape and murder accused shot dead during a crime scene recreation in West Bengal. Getting you all the details on the police encounter on the other side. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are two people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim.
Coming up after a short break, Meta now goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for the removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Getting all the details on the defensive statement now released on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that
Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. We are getting to the top updates coming in here on Republic TV. You can see all the stories we're tracking here from the investigation that the Republic is doing on the very questionable ads on Instagram, to Prime Minister Modi's visit to Australia where he will attend the annual Leaders Summit. We have it all covered for you right here in Republic. But the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue a clarification. A detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes on the defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. US indicts Bishnoi Goldie Barar, gangster Goldie Barar, now in FBI's most wanted list, putting a reward of $50,000 for any information that will lead to his arrest. Baraipur rape and murder, accused shot dead during crime scene reconstruction in West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari sets the line. Rape and murder accused shot dead in encounter as he tries to flee after attacking police personnel. After visiting the 9th century Hindu temple and UNESCO World Heritage Site in Indonesia, PM departs for Australia. US launches fresh strikes on Iran after Iran strikes commercial tankers in Strait of Hormuz, placing further strain on ceasefire. US also revokes the sanctions waiver on Iranian oil. And crude oil prices surge as US continues to strike Iran despite the ceasefire and peace talks. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Doctors at Shastri Nagar Hospital have now gone on strike after a Shiv Sena operator had assaulted a doctor and staff members at the hospital. Now, we understand that now the protests are happening. To give you a context as to what the story is all about, outrage is growing over Shiv Sena operator Ramesh Mahatre's assault on doctors, including a woman doctor. And we see that both the ruling Shiv Sena and the BJP have condemned the leader and promised action on this case. On your screen, you can see that assault happening. This is the video. This is the video. And reacting to this assault incident that was caught on camera, and you can see it on your screen, the Maharashtra Minister of State for Home, Yogesh Kadam, has now issued a probe and action in that matter. At the same time, doctors at Shastri Nagar Hospital have now gone on strike after a Shiv Sena corporator allegedly assaulted a doctor and staff members at the hospital. So this entire case is getting quite big. It's snowballing. We have some reactions coming in, viewers. So let's go ahead and play them out for you.
त्या ठिकाणी जी काही घटना झाली त्याबद्दल मी पहिला दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो आणि मी ठासून सांगतो या ठिकाणी का मी महिला डॉक्टरवर हात उचललेला नाही. ही जी टीव्ही फुटेजमध्ये सीसी कॅमेरा फुटेजमध्ये जे येते तर कॅमेऱ्याचा अँगलमुळे येत असेल ती महिला डॉक्टर माझ्या मुलीसारखी आहे म्हणून ती म्हणतो एकेरी उल्लेख करतो ती माझ्या मुलीसारखी तिचे मॅरेज झाले का नाही ते पण मला माहिती नाही. सतत कानाला बोलत होते आमची रिक्वेस्ट ऐकत नव्हती आणि त्यामुळे मी तुझा फोन ठेव बाजूला आमची कंप्लेंट आधी घे काय तर आमची तक्रार घे ऐकून घे एवढंच मी तिला बोललो आणि मी त्या महिलेला मारलेलं नाही. आम्हाला बाळासाहेबांची शिकवण आहे त्यामुळे महिलांवर आम्ही हात उचलला नाही आणि याच्यापुढे उचलणार नाही. यांनी मला बोलावलं मी फोन केला यांच्याच फोनवरती त्यांना फोन द्या सांगितलं डॉक्टरांना. डॉक्टरांनी माझे फोन घेतले नाही आणि 2-2, 3-3, 4-4 वेळा प्रयत्न करून सुद्धा घेतला. ह्या सारख्या रडत होत्या. मला सिरियसनेस समजल्यामुळे मी तिथे गेलो आणि बाकीचे यांच्या तोंडून आहे का मी
मेरे बेटी लड़की का प्रेग्नेंट थी और हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करने के लिए गई और उसका सोनोग्राफी किया और हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए तो उन लोग ने बोला है क्या इमरजेंसी है तो इधर हो नहीं सकता है सायन में लेके जाओ. तो इमरजेंसी है तो हम लोग बोले इमरजेंसी है तो सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे उधर तो सब डूब गए तो कैसे लेके मेरी लड़की की जान जाएगी तो क्या करेंगे 3-4 घंटा लगेगा खड्डा खुड्डा है मेरी लड़की ऐसे गुजर रही है तो भी हम लोग कैसे जाएंगे. आप रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं हम मैडम इधर ही करना है मुझे इधर ही करना है देखो कुछ भी करो मेरे लड़की का डिलीवरी इधर ही करो. हम लोग बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया वो मैडम को भी और डॉक्टर सर को भी बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया तो भी कुछ भी नहीं. वो लोग मानने ही को तैयार नहीं. सायन में ही लेके जाओ सायन में ही लेके जाओ. बोले सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे उनका प्रॉब्लम इतना चल रहा है वो जान जाने के लिए मेरे लड़की का आ रहा है तो भी प्रॉब्लम आपको क्रिटिकल बोल रहे हैं. मैं दादा को फोन किया दादा ऐसा ऐसा बोल रहे हैं सायन में कैसे लेके जाओ मेरे बच्ची को. तो दादा ने बोले तुम लोग क्या करे मेरे को बताओ ऑक्सीजन लेवल नहीं तो मुझे बताओ. कौन रमेश मात्रे जानते नहीं ऐसे बोलने लगे दादा को हम लोग डॉक्टर लोग फोन ही लिए नहीं रहते इसीलिए दादा हॉस्पिटल में आए. दादा इतना हम लोग की हेल्प करते हैं ना कुछ भी नहीं रात देखते नहीं 2 बजे नहीं देखेंगे 1 बजे नहीं देख आ जाएंगे दौड़ के आ जाते हैं लेकिन कभी ना नहीं बोलते इसीलिए मैंने कॉल किया दादा को.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague Revati is joining us. Revati, in this case, Mahatre is not really, he's not really expressing regret about what happened. Has he said anything about this case? Is he expressing regret? Because it's very clear from those visuals that this was a big assault on a doctor.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that through that CCTV footage, we can see that he's assaulting, but now which the statement is coming up from Ramesh Matre, according to him, he did express his regret about whatever happened, and he also claimed firmly. He said in his video bite, he firmly says that I haven't touched any lady doctor there. She wasn't listening to him, and that's why just using his hand, he said that keep your phone aside and take our complaint or look at our matter first, is what he has given a statement about. Also, the patient's mother, who due to which all this erupted, like the patient was in utter need of the immediate delivery, and the baby would need NICU, but the hospital didn't have NICU, so they were asking them to take the pregnant lady to Sion Hospital. But according to the claims made by patient's mother, she said that the emergency was such it wasn't possible for them to travel. So that's when she called Ramesh Matre, and Ramesh Matre intervened. And also we can see in the CCTV footage, him and his associates were physically assaulting the doctors there. As of now, 3 arrests have been made by the Vishnunagar police in this particular matter, but Ramesh Matre is yet to be arrested. It is said that Ramesh Matre will be arrested shortly by the Dombivli police. Also, Shrikant Shinde, who is the Kalyan MP, has now posted on X saying that this is not acceptable and an action shall be taken on those who will be found guilty. He also mentioned in his post that him being a doctor, he condemns this particular incident, and an internal inquiry will also be set in this particular matter. This statement comes on X by the Kalyan MP, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who is the son of Eknath Shinde as well.
That's right. Okay, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to Revati for more on this story. All right, U.S. has just indicted Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi, and sources are saying that the United States plans to seek the extradition of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi from India to face sweeping federal racketeering charges, with investigators saying the move is aimed at preventing him from continuing to run a global criminal network from behind bars. The announcement comes after U.S. authorities unsealed an indictment charging Bishnoi along with alleged Lieutenant Satindrajit Singh, also known as Goldie Brar, with directing a transnational criminal enterprise accused of murder, extortion, kidnappings, and large-scale drug trafficking across North America and beyond. So now we understand that the U.S. will be trying to extradite the gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi from India to face sweeping federal racketeering charges, with investigators saying the move is aimed at preventing him from continuing to run a global criminal network from behind the bars. I want to go to my colleague who's joining us. We're being joined by Chandrakala. Chandrakala, this is huge coming in, because the kind of activities that these two individuals have been carrying out has always been very suspicious. Whenever some extremist activities have happened, Lawrence Bishnoi has claimed that it was his gang who has done it. So what is happening right now is a big update where the US has indicted these gangsters and they might be asking for their extradition now.
Yes, in fact, a major crackdown, international crackdown by the U.S. authorities under Operation Hardball that has been carried out by the law enforcement agencies across U.S., Europe and Canada. Now, what we are learning is that, after the U.S. has charged the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and of course, his close aide, Goldie Brar, who is, of course, his name is Satyendra Singh, who is involved in, ordering the assassination of separatist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in Canada. Now, of course, the U.S. will be seeking extradition of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and his associates, of course, and his aide and all others who are now indicted from India, who are now involved in criminal charges, extortion and violent attacks across North America. What we are learning is that U.S. will be seeking extradition from India as far as the Lawrence Bishnoi gang is concerned, but yet, of course, India is yet to respond as to how they look on this, see this matter as far as the extradition is concerned. Of course, we know that Lawrence Bishnoi is currently behind the bar since 2015, and Goldie Brar is absconding right at this moment. Yes, a very, very important development as far as this case is concerned, because we know that the killing of Nijjar has soured the relation between India and Canada, and now we have also sought a response from the Canadian authorities as to how they see this. Of course, and we are awaiting a response from India as far as this extradition of Lawrence Bishnoi is concerned, and also after US has charged. In fact, in total, 37 defendants has been charged by US as far as such criminal acts are concerned.
So Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar are charged in Hardeep Singh Nijjar murder case, and the US is saying that this is part of a global organized crime network, and they're trying to really crack down here. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you for more. Okay, viewers, let's go ahead to what is happening in POK. The Jammu Kashmir Joint Awami Action Committee has now written to the Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir. In the letter, the JAAC, by the way, which has been fighting for the voice of the POK civilians and citizens to be heard, has alleged a forced military operation in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The committee says civilians in POJK are facing human rights violations. It adds that it has consistently pursued peaceful and constitutional means to seek public rights. The JAAC also refers to the use of force during protests in 2024, which it says, by the way, led to casualties and injuries. It further claims the activists were arrested and booked under anti-terror laws. According to the committee, a meeting scheduled with the army on July 7th was cancelled. The JAAC has now demanded the restoration of civil rights, release of detained activists, and the resolution of public issues through dialogue. Okay, so this is exactly what the JAAC has been citing, human rights violation in a POK. And they have written to the Pakistan Army Chief saying that the forced military operation in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran is joining us. Let's go straight to Gursimran. Gursimran, the JAAC has said they will not be really stepping back. They want human rights. They want the basics. The POJK needs the basics. They've tried so many times. And now, once again, they've written to the Pakistan Army Chief. But will it work? Because Pakistani forces are firing at unarmed civilians in the POJK region.
See, Shivangi, this letter by the Joint Awami Action Committee that has been signed by 6 of its members, that clearly exposes the Pakistani army, because they have written to the Pakistani army citing that they want the peace to be restored and they want dialogue to happen. But the cancellation of to carry out any talks because they want to suppress this movement of the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and that is what is happening on the ground. Important to mention that what we have seen in the past also, the crackdown that has been carried out on the activists of the Joint Awami Action Committee, this has been mentioned in the letter that whenever there has been an attempt for a dialogue by the Joint Awami Action Committee, what Pakistani army is doing, it is the forced military operations that are being conducted against the Joint Awami Action Committee. They have also listed a long list of incidents where their leadership and the activists of the JAAC, they have been booked and arrested under the anti-terror laws. That is on the directions of the Pakistani army. It has been done. They have also made mention of the grave human rights violations that are taking place in POJK, not only stopping of the essentials, but also the crackdown, the brutality, the forced abductions that are taking place. That all has been mentioned in the letter to the Pakistani Army Chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir. And apart from that, what the Joint Awami Action Committee has sought, they said that our march has been a peaceful march and we want resolution through peace. And immediately they have demanded that the human rights be restored there, because what is happening, that the grave human rights violation is taking place where the civilians are subjected to the atrocities. They are being picked up from their houses. Those activists that are part of this movement, their families are being picked up. Their business establishments are being ransacked, completely decimated by the Pakistani army. So now this letter by the Joint Awami Action Committee clearly exposes the face of the Asim Munir and his army that wants to run Pakistan on its whims and fancies. And the ground reality is that the people have gone against them, and this letter is a proof of the same.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Gursimran. Coming back to you for more on this story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Once again, we see that it's DMK versus TVK over the Karur stampede. Now, we understand that now ahead of Vijay's visit to Karur, DMK's plea has been dismissed by the High Court again. DMK pointed out that it is not right for CM Vijay to offer a government job. The plea stated that as CBI inquiry is still underway, the TVK is using measures to wipe out evidence. So this is a huge update coming in. Also remember, Supreme Court said imposing a judicial bar on Tamil Nadu's ruling TVK leaders from making public statements linking political rivals with Karur stampede may amount to an injunction on free speech. That has already happened, but the latest is that the DMK once again making allegations that TVK is attempting to erase evidence when it comes to the Karur stampede. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague, Sharda. Sharda, the Karur stampede has become a flashpoint. When it happened, it was a very unfortunate incident, and we saw a blame game over that between DMK and TVK. And once again, we see the same happening this time around. What is the DMK saying now?
Well, the political fight between the DMK and the TVK over Karur stampede continues because yesterday, after the Supreme Court rejected the urgently period hearing, today the Madras High Court petition was filed in the Madurai bench asking for the same, and also pointed out while the CBI case is still underway, the investigation is still underway, the court should not allow the Chief Minister or any ministers from the TVK to visit. However, the Madras High Court have also referred to the Supreme Court case, saying that while no accused has been mentioned in this particular case, it's not possible for them to stop for any visits that includes the TVK ministers or the chief minister. So now the question with the DMK is if the job opportunity that Chief Minister Vijay is offering to all the 41 families, the government employment. So this brings in a question as to if the people of the Karur change their stance over what happened in Karur stampede. The DMK doubts if though the people do hate TVK for what happened back in Karur stampede, and these 41 families might change their stance, particularly when the CBI investigation is going on. So now the DMK points hands at the TVK, while the TVK minister Adar Varshana still says that the DMK has to pay back for what happened in Karur. Abruptly stated that it was MK Stalin and Senthil Balaji trying to get Udayanidhi a future in politics did let go of the 41 people to death, and that's the reason. So now the question remains as to whether both the DMK and the TVK, whether will they take responsibility for what happened in Karur and what the 41 families had gone through during the stampede. So now Vijay's visit is all set to happen on July 10th, and now the DMK continues to stop his visits, whereas TVK now criticizes the DMK, saying that it is in fear that the DMK will lose the next bypoll elections as well, and that's the reason they are continuously creating ruckus.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you, Sharda, for more on this development from Tamil Nadu. Getting some more breaking news coming in. It's a big win for our forces. A key LET commander has been killed in the encounter between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Shopian district. Zakir Ganai was one of the 2 terrorists who were first spotted by surveillance cameras on July 3rd in a dense orchard in the area, and his body has been recovered, marking a significant breakthrough for security forces in the massive anti-terror operation, which has been going on for 5 whole days. So this operation has been happening for 5 days, and every single day our security forces were trying to find these LET terrorists who were hiding in the area. The big news is that LET commander has been eliminated. Let's go straight across to Zeenath for more on this. Yes, Zeenath, over to you.
See, the one terrorist body have been recovered today from the Chanapura village of Shopian in South Kashmir. He is the part of the same group that was spotted via CCTV footage on Saturday last, and since there the search operation was extended. In all these 5 days rather, the twice the exchange of fire was reported. But Shivani, let's understand that it is Lieutenant General Balbir Singh who is taking care of the command here in the Kashmir Valley, and who has been monitoring the operation continuously, because that is why we have seen the Indian Army units from 55 RR to 30 RR to 3 para and other forces were part of this operation, because forces, apart from that there was a lull in the air, they did not leave the ground. They were maintaining their footsteps in all these orchards. In fact, the quadcopters, drones, the air surveillance was there, the dog squad was pushed into. When everybody was saying that the terrorists have escaped, it was his troopers. They did not leave the ground. They were searching each and every inch of these orchards, and today morning the body was spotted. We are picking from the sources that when the body was recovered, it was stinking. That tells you that the terrorists eliminated was not today. It was rather the elimination had taken place either yesterday or day before, but the search they carried helped them to retrieve the body of Zakir Ganai, who is a A++ category terrorist, a commander, and who has been involved in the several attacks. Meanwhile, there is a hunt for another terrorist who's been identified as Latif, again a local terrorist. So we can say that the operation in the Shopian continues despite one terrorist body have been recovered by the joint forces.
That's right. So it was a joint operation by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the CRPF and the Army. And the Jammu and Kashmir Police posted on X, "You can run, but you can't hide." This is exactly what the Jammu and Kashmir Police has posted, making it very clear that even if these terrorists try to hide in dense forest or difficult areas, we will find them. Yes, Zeenat.
Yes, absolutely. See, this message is very clear from the forces, from the agencies, from the joint forces or the J&K police, which is a law enforcing agency, the local force, that the terrorists can run for a long time, they can hide, but at the end of the day, they are eliminated because it took almost 8 months to break the ice. Last time in Kulgam in October, the Kashmiris witnessed the operation, rather the whole world witnessed the anti-terror operation where the 2 terrorists were neutralized. But since October, there had not been a single anti-terror operations, though we have seen multiple CASOs being launched by the joint forces. Finally, one big thing, one breakthrough has come from the Shopian of South Kashmir, where today the terrorist dead body have been recovered. That tells you not only that the terrorism is receding in the Kashmir Valley. Earlier, if you go through the annals of this entire terrorism history in the Jammu and Kashmir, we have been seeing minimum 2 to 3 operations in a day, or at times 5 to 6 operations in a month. But now the things are getting streamlined, things are improving with the development taking place post abrogation of Article 370. That tells you the Kashmiri youth, who were the misguided one, they have left the path of terrorism and they are looking for the developmental projects in the valley.
The big win for our security forces. One LET commander has been neutralized. Thank you, Zeenat, for getting us all those details. I have to move ahead, viewers. Let's take a very, very short break, but do not go anywhere. After visiting the 9th century Hindu temple and UNESCO World Heritage Site in Indonesia, PM Modi departing for Australia. Now, stay tuned. We'll get you more on this development.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu.
At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about
There were
you.
no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that
Viewers, first coming up, Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aage," which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are post
Hello and a very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, Forces Conclave, India's defense story is entering a transformative new era powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and a rapidly developing defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation now accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on July 18th in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces first conclave, Bharat the Defence Powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next-generation military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnership driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. And with that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking at the hour. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for the removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Republic continues investigation Meta child sexual abuse scandal after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Baripur rape and murder accused shot dead in police encounter during the crime scene reconstruction. FIR registered and 3 arrested in doctor assault case. The Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Matre is still not arrested. United States charges a jailed Indian gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Goldie Brar in the murder case of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. The Karnataka High Court has issued notices to Karnataka Government, State Election Commission and the Election Commission of India on a writ petition challenging the parallel special intensive revision of electoral rolls in select constituencies within the Greater Bengaluru Authority limits. Now, the petition filed by voters from Mahadevpura Assembly constituency contends that conducting the SIR only in selected constituencies is arbitrary, discriminatory and unconstitutional, violating the established electoral revision process. The matter, in fact, has now been posted for further hearing on July 15th. So this is when the court will be taking up this matter regarding the SIR process underway across the state in Karnataka. But the latest that we're fetching at this hour is that Karnataka High Court has now issued notices to the government of the State Election Commission as well as the Election Commission of India. And this comes over a writ petition which challenged the parallel SIR being conducted of electoral rolls in select constituencies within the Greater Bengaluru Authority limits. In fact, the petition filed by voters from Mahadevpura Assembly constituency contends that conducting the SIR only in selected constituencies is arbitrary, discriminatory and unconstitutional as well. They allege that this violates the established electoral revision process. And the matter will now be taken up for hearing on July 15th by the High Court. But the latest notices have now been issued by the High Court to the state government, the State Election Commission as well as the Election Commission of India. And this comes over a writ petition which challenged the parallel SIR being conducted in selected constituencies within the Greater Bengaluru Authority limits. In fact, viewers, this petition, we understand, has now been filed by the voters from Mahadevpura Assembly constituencies. Now, they contend that conducting the SIR only in selected constituencies is discriminatory and unconstitutional. It violates the established electoral revision process norms as well. The matter will now be taken up by Karnataka High Court for further hearing on July 15th. All right. In fact, my colleague Abhishek also joins me with more details on this. Abhishek, give us the details of the notice that's now been issued by Karnataka High Court regarding the SIR process underway in the state.
The Election Commission of India has already started the exercise of special intensive revision in the state of Karnataka on June 29th. However, a parallel special intensive revision in the limits of the Greater Bangalore Authority has also been started by the Greater Bangalore Authority, and this was in fact taken to the High Court by a public interest litigation, and the High Court has issued notice to the Karnataka state government along with the GBA. They are seeking the answers from the Greater Bangalore Authority as well as the Karnataka state government as to why two parallel special intensive revisions are happening in the state of Karnataka, and they will have to give an affidavit and a practical answer to the High Court of Karnataka, which very clearly mentions why the need of another SIR is required, or a parallel SIR is required only in the area of Bengaluru, which will obviously create tension and which will obviously create more of confusion to the voters in the city Bengaluru. And we are expecting to see that the Greater Bangalore Authority responds to the same, because it was the Election Commission of India which had previously firstly announced that there will be a special intensive revision not only in the state of Karnataka but throughout the country. Despite knowing the fact that there will be a SIR even in Karnataka, why did the Greater Bangalore Authority launch another special intensive revision? It's a question which has to be answered by the GBA now, and we will see in the next coming days of what the answer of GBA will be, and will the High Court accept the answer of GBA, which will also be a contradictory to the existing or the already ongoing special intensive revision by the Election Commission of India.
Right, of course, we'll have to see, Abhishek, what response now comes in from the Election Commission as well as from the government over this. Thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we're shifting focus to Maharashtra. Now, doctors at Shastri Nagar Hospital have gone on a strike after Shiv Sena corporator Ramesh Matre assaulted a woman doctor and staff members at the hospital. Now, in fact, the Republic has been reporting on this continuously. We understand in the case now an FIR has been filed and 3 people have been arrested, but Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Matre has still not been arrested in the case. And now as outrage grows over this assault that took place on a woman doctor and several other nurses as well, doctors at the Shastri Nagar Hospital have gone on a strike in this. In fact, we're getting some more reactions on this case as outrage continues to grow over the assault conducted on these doctors and nurses by Shiv Sena leader Ramesh Matre. Let's take a listen.
त्या ठिकाणी जी काही घटना झाली त्याबद्दल मी पहिला दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो आणि मी ठासून सांगतो या ठिकाणी का मी महिला डॉक्टरवर हात उचललेला नाही. ही जी टीव्ही फुटेजमध्ये सीसी कॅमेरा फुटेजमध्ये जे येते तर कॅमेऱ्याचा अँगलमुळे येत असेल ती महिला डॉक्टर माझ्या मुलीसारखी आहे म्हणून ती म्हणतो एकेरी उल्लेख करतो. ती माझ्या मुलीसारखी आहे. तिचे मॅरेज झाले का नाही ते पण मला माहिती नाही. सतत कानाला बोलत होते. आमची रिक्वेस्ट ऐकत नव्हती आणि त्यामुळे मी तुझा फोन ठेव बाजूला, आमची कंप्लेंट आधी घे, काय तर आमची तक्रार घे, ऐकून घे, एवढंच मी तिला बोललो. आणि मी त्या महिलेला मारलेलं नाही. आम्हाला बाळासाहेबांची शिकवण आहे. त्यामुळे महिलांवर आम्ही हात उचलला नाही आणि याच्यापुढे उचलणार नाही. यांनी मला बोलावलं, मी फोन केला यांच्याच फोनवरती. त्यांना फोन द्या सांगितलं डॉक्टरांना. डॉक्टरांनी माझे फोन घेतले नाही आणि 2-2, 3-3, 4-4 वेळेला प्रयत्न करून सुद्धा घेतला. ह्या सारख्या रडत होत्या. मला सिरियसनेस समजल्यामुळे मी तिथे गेलो आणि बाकीचे यांच्या तोंडून आहे का मी
मेरे बेटी लड़की का प्रेग्नेंट थी और हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करने के लिए गई और उसका सोनोग्राफी किया और हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए तो उन लोग ने बोला है क्या इमरजेंसी है तो इधर हो नहीं सकता है, सायन में लेके जाओ. तो इमरजेंसी है तो हम लोग बोले इमरजेंसी है तो सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे, उधर तो सब डूब गए. तो कैसे लेके मेरी लड़की की जान जाएगी तो क्या करेंगे. 3-4 घंटा लगेगा, खड्डा खुड्डा है, मेरी लड़की ऐसे गुजर रही है तो भी हम लोग कैसे जाएंगे. आप रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं मैडम, इधर ही करना है, मुझे इधर ही करना है. देखो कुछ भी करो, मेरे लड़की का डिलीवरी इधर ही करो. हम लोग बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया वो मैडम को भी और डॉक्टर सर को भी बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया तो भी कुछ भी नहीं. वो लोग मानने को तैयार नहीं. सायन में ही लेके जाओ, सायन में ही लेके जाओ. बोले सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे, उनका प्रॉब्लम इतना चल रहा है. वो जान जाने के लिए मेरे लड़की का आ रहा है तो भी प्रॉब्लम आपको क्रिटिकल बोल रहे हैं. मैं दादा को फोन किया, दादा ऐसा ऐसा बोल रहे हैं, सायन में कैसे लेके जाओ मेरे बच्ची को. तो दादा ने बोले तुम लोग क्या करें मेरे को बताओ, ऑक्सीजन लेवल नहीं तो मुझे बताओ. कौन रमेश मात्रे, जानते नहीं, ऐसे बोलने लगे दादा को हम लोग डॉक्टर लोग. फोन ही लिए नहीं रहते इसीलिए दादा हॉस्पिटल में आए. दादा इतना हम लोग की हेल्प करते हैं ना, कुछ भी नहीं, रात देखते नहीं, 2 बजे नहीं देखेंगे, 1 बजे नहीं देख, आ जाएंगे, दौड़ के आ जाते, लेकिन कभी ना नहीं बोलते. इसीलिए मैंने कॉल किया दादा को.
All right, my colleague Revati also joins with more details on this. Revati, you've got a statement coming in from Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Matre, and instead of directly apologizing for the assault, he says that I did not raise my hand, and it is the camera angle that shows that I'm raising a hand on a female doctor.
Right, as we can see now, the statement has emerged from the local corporator Ramesh Matre, who is allegedly hitting a lady doctor. But according to his statement, he says that the doctors weren't looking at the seriousness of the matter and the patient's mother was continuously crying. So he said that keep your phone aside and take cognizance of the matter. And that's when we can see that he was hitting his hand while saying that keep your phone aside. But is really hitting a lady doctor or any doctor, irrespective of gender, really important that if you are a local corporator, is it right to raise your hand? So this is the question which is raised by many doctors at the moment, and the doctors associations, federations have now condemned this particular incident, and they have also called a strike in this particular matter. And today most of the OPDs will be non-operational.
So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President. Dear Donald, let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the presidential palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe, degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again. The last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see there is you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
But still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they are implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Mark was leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. When it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than 1 day, Hitler beat them out in 1 day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either. So what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it thanks to you, and that is important. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And Trump 45, and Trump 47. In total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true.
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride. And
Not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, you got to pay more. And same with Obama. Two bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, I mean, who knows? But who knows if they would have
this
done
happen, and it is a
and
huge.
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the Europeans.
He tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in the Hague.
That's why I like him.
And you win now.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened.
Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do it my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
Great. And they love him.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I'll tell you. I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment. They're trying to get the F-35s. But he didn't go in. He wanted it. He would go in. If it weren't for me, he would have gone in. And he would have been on the other side. Even though I don't think he likes the other side either, because he happens to be very sane and they happen to be very crazy. But so I think, you know, they treated us right. I think China treated us right. I was with President Xi, and I said, I hope you're not going to go into the war, because we don't want that. You know, he gets 50% of his oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and he gets more than 50%. And he never went into the war. He didn't supply him equipment, you know. He was great. I'm a big fan of President Xi. A lot of people say, oh, why? You know, I watched a couple of people critical of the fact that TikTok, it's so bad, it's so dangerous, it's so horrible, they're spreading all these rumors. And the numbers came out yesterday. You know who's number one on TikTok? I am. I'm number one on TikTok. And all I talk about is how bad communism is, right? They say, oh, it's terrible. They're spreading, but I'm number one. I listen to Gordon Chang. I like Gordon Chang, but he's always like negative. Oh, China's so terrible. They're so terrible. And TikTok is so terrible. But I'm number one on TikTok. I had like 4 billion views or something like that. So I don't know. People have to get the priorities straight. We have had a really good day. We're going to have another good half a day. And then I'll see you later. We'll talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thanks, guys.
I also will do a press.
Thank you, guys.
It will be more
Thank
important.
you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Please head out this way. Hey, guys, out the door. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good, Anna?
All right. In fact, viewers, that's a big statement coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump. He's now spoken on the West Asia negotiations and clearly declaring that ceasefire with Iran is now over. He, in fact, said memorandum of understanding that was signed with Iran has now ended and the ceasefire, in fact, is over at the moment. He also goes on to call Iranian leaders a bunch of liars while saying that negotiations ongoing with Iran are a complete waste of time. So that's a big statement coming in from President Trump on West Asia negotiations as he now declares that Iran ceasefire as of the moment completely stands over. In fact, with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere, getting you all the details on the big statement coming in from Donald Trump on Iran ceasefire as he now declares negotiations with Iran a complete waste of time and the MOU signed has now ended.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover 2 lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way, but there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the picture of the younger Bhagwant Mann, you'd actually have a blink and miss moment. Is this the same guy, you'd say? We all age, but some people, their appearance changes distinctly between 12 to 13 years. They're almost unrecognizable. And Bhagwant Mann is, fortunately or unfortunately, among those people. Now, what Bhagwant Mann is trying to say is, the guy you see in the pictures, in the sacrilege video, is not me. And he's banking on the fact that he looks different now. Now look at the picture on the left-hand side, the younger Bhagwant Mann. And look at the pictures on the right-hand side, which is the sacrilege video of 2014, 13 years back of a younger Bhagwat Mann. And now they look much more similar, don't they? In fact, the more you go close up, you'll find it's probably the same guy. Now, Bhagwat Mann's argument can be privately to some people that if I did something sacrilegious 13 years back, why is it being picked up now? His detractors say it doesn't matter. You did something very bad.
Coming up after a short break, Donald Trump now declares a ceasefire with Iran completely over as he says negotiations with Iran is a complete waste of time. Getting you all the details on the big statement on the other side.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
By the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला हम्बल हो, मैं हम्बल हो रहा हूँ।
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus. Right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now?
This is
There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean.
What am I then? Back then. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Mann's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 30.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Republic continues investigation in Meta child sexual abuse scandal. after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Baruipur rape and murder accused shot dead in police encounter during crime scene reconstruction. FIR registered and 3 arrested in doctor assault case. Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Mhatre still not arrested. United States charges jailed Indian gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Goldie Brar in the murder case of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Very warm welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's cut across to Donald Trump, who's speaking in Ankara in Turkey. Let's go across to that.
Running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly. And this man's a good man, too. Great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything. And you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figured they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right?
Yes, sir.
Take it immediately. Don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working. In particular, Spain. There are a couple of others, but in particular, Spain, they're open about it. They're hostile about it. And let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir. We want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us, and we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period, $1 trillion, in order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands that. He understands that. And we're going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything. But there was calls made a few weeks ago. I spoke with UK, and the Prime Minister said, well, we don't want to help you now, but we'll help you when the war's over. I said, that's not good. And likewise, I spoke to Germany. They didn't want to help. Spoke to France. They didn't want to help. Nobody wanted to help. Some of the very small countries wanted to help because they're the most vulnerable. I mean, that's the only reason they wanted to help. So I appreciate you being here. We're going to be going back together, many of us together. And again, I want to say, despite the fact that I'm very upset with NATO, that we pay far, far too much, billions and billions of dollars too much, because it's unfair, because we're protecting them. So we protect them, but they're not there for us. Think of it. Doesn't work. But I want to say this is a great leader. They're lucky they have him. It's their biggest asset. You want to know the truth? So, Mark, would you say a few words?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. President. Dear Donald, let me start with Iran. We discussed it last night at the Presidential Palace. I think what you did, degrading the nuclear capability, crucial for Israel, the region, for Europe. Degrading the ballistic missile capability of Iran, crucial for Israel, for the region, for you, for the whole world. And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday. I think what you did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this. It's really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again. The last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering. 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States in the defense industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So
But still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain. Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year. So there's still issues we have to solve. But hey, also even on Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue, without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague, and now they are implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Mark was leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. When it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than 1 day, Hitler beat them out in 1 day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either. So what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader.
All right, Veer, so this is Donald Trump in Ankara in Turkey addressing and speaking about Iran also. Let's go across to a big breaking news development that we are getting from Ankara. And this is President Donald Trump who declared the Iran ceasefire over amid fresh US strikes on Iranian targets following attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking forcefully, he called Iranian leaders as scums, a bunch of liars, cuckoo, cheats and sick people who have killed their own people. Now, adding he would not waste my time speaking to Iran now, and the remarks came as Trump met with NATO allies in Turkey, where he expressed frustration over their support and ordered retaliatory action while pushing for greater allied loyalty. So this is Donald Trump declaring that the Iran ceasefire is over. So this was a question regarding the MOU, and they asked, is the MOU still active or is it over? And this is the statement that was made by Donald Trump. Let's listen into what Donald Trump exactly said.
Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal, and if I make a deal with him, we have a deal, and he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
All right, Major General Sudhakar Ji, retired strategic affairs expert, joins us for a comment on what exactly Donald Trump wants. Major General Sudhakar Ji, thanks a lot for joining us at this moment, sir. But what exactly does Donald Trump mean? On one side, he was calling for diplomacy. He was saying that the deal is on the track and the MOU was signed. And suddenly, early morning, you get the news that there are US strikes on Iranian facilities, on IRGC, on their radars, on their defense facilities. And now he's saying that the MOU, the ceasefire, is over. I believe that Donald Trump doesn't want peace, but I need your reaction on that.
For inviting me for your show, and my take on the whole issue is that it is to be seen in a comprehensive manner. First and foremost thing, no peace for an ongoing conflict, and that too in West Asia and against Iran, can be settled over 1 month or 2 months. It requires extensive negotiation and time. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is a man who's in an extreme hurry. He's trying to hasten up everything and push his agendas ahead. Case in point is something what happened in Qatar. And while the Iranian delegation was there, basically to defreeze the frozen assets, he kept on pushing his envoys to Qatar and telling his domestic constituency, that the talks are on and it's very doable and favorable, such like things. He paints a picture for the people, giving a lot of hopes, but on ground reality, it doesn't match. The Iranians were never there to carry out talks on the lines that Donald Trump was expected and what he had articulated. So having said that, even though he's gone in for restarting the conflict, one would do well to keep in mind certain aspects. And those aspects are, first and foremost thing, is that there is a huge depletion of the stockpile and it cannot sustain the ongoing conflict for a long period. This is just for a short duration kind of a frustration manifesting in terms of retaliation, one. Number two, Iran has got you call it as the residual reserve, which the CIA had reported a few weeks back, that they're left with a 70% of the inventory, which is quite substantial and huge. So therefore, Iran practicing the asymmetric deterrence is better off. There is no denying the fact that they have got the MOU formulations on their terms, and it will be very difficult to pressurize Iran and make them come to the terms of what Donald Trump is stating. Donald Trump's primary agenda is to make them surrender or abandon their going nuclear. Now that is a very tall order.
Okay.
And if you take your mind back to 2015 JCPOA, he had abruptly pulled back from JCPOA in 2017-18. And that itself took almost about 5 years for approval. So such like kinds of directions of the President of USA has got some legal complications. They need to be vetted, they need to be approved, and only then a peace agreement will turn tenable. Under the circumstances, it is sheer frustration being shown by Donald Trump. And I would recommend that patience and strategic restraint in such kind of deals will pay greater dividends than taking impulsive decisions as the way he is doing.
Yeah, Major General, but they had this negotiation period for a very long time, and that was on. And there's a funeral that is going on of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Do you think that Donald Trump was buying time with the help of the MOU, or was it trickery so that they can replenish their stockpile of ammunition? Because they wanted to win this war against Iran, and the image that came out, the result of the war that came out, the world understood that Donald Trump didn't emerge victorious out of the war between Iran and the United States of America. Is Donald Trump trying to prove that they are victorious or they can win this war? Is he defiant of the reality?
Absolutely. Goes without saying. He's absolutely defiant of the reality. And the second thing is, when you talk about the stockpile, the cost of winning a war has been raised to prohibitive levels by Iran for USA and Israel. Now, this has to be understood in the total perspective. The cost of war going up, one is the cost. One interceptor costs around $1.1 million. It goes up to $11 million. The latest advanced version of the interceptors are costing something close to $111 million. And just compare it with one drone costing $20,000 for one Shahid 136, which I am given to understand of late because of mass production which Iran is undertaking. It has come down substantially, something close to $2,000 to $4,000. So therefore, when you talk about the cost, there is a cost spillover or spiking of the cost in respect of USA and Israel. Number two, the time required to manufacture an interceptor is between 1.5 to 3 years. As on today, the entire defense infrastructure and the industry in USA, they have raised their hands. They require something close to 3 to 5 years to make up the deficit or the depleted stockpile. Third and most important thing is every interceptor, every weapon platform that America has today, whether it is a Patriot missile or Tomahawk missile or any of the call about the Virginia class or F-35 aircraft, every platform of these kinds, they require a huge quantum of rare earth element and a specialized carbon that is being processed only by one country, that is China. So since China has weaponized supply of these kind of products, therefore refurbishing or making up the deficiencies which have been created by virtue of depletion of the stockpile is going to take a long time. Okay. So there are three factors which are contributing to justify as to why this kind of restarting the conflict cannot sustain itself. In case of Iran, they have a huge stockpile. They have been underestimated. Talk about the drones or talk about the supersonic missiles or the ballistic missiles or the hypersonic missiles. They stand a very bright chance and better chance than the USA and Israel. So under these circumstances, Donald Trump knows for sure that he has got many handicaps which are going against his forces. And it is simply an impulsive or arbitrary or kind of a bulldozing his way through simply to satisfy his frustration over no progress in the talk. The last point that you made is that so much of time has passed. Yes, 2 months have passed, but in 2 months' time, such a complex issue cannot come to a sustainable and viable kind of a peace agreement which will promise a lasting peace in times ahead. Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Major General Sudhakar, because even while the strikes were conducted, he made a statement that the negotiations are on, and now he's making such a statement. Let's wait for other reactions in this case. Now, we have another big breaking news development in this case. After the statement now, the markets are reacting. The Indian market, Sensex Nifty crashed after Trump says the ceasefire is over. The Nifty is down 400 points. The Sensex crashes 1,250 points. This is huge. Banks, FMCG, auto stocks crash over 1.5%, and the oil prices have also spiked as West Asia burns again. So this is the reaction when it comes to the market because of the ongoing war. This war doesn't benefit anyone, especially when it comes to the markets and Indian markets also. We'll have to wait for the update on the world markets, but this is Indian markets reacting to, there's a bloodbath in the Indian markets. The Sensex Nifty crash after Trump says ceasefire is over. Nifty is down by 400 points, but Sensex has crashed 1,250 points. That's a big crash when it comes to Sensex, and 400 points is also big when it comes to Nifty. The sectors which have been seriously impacted here are banks, the banking sector, the FMCG stocks, and when you talk about auto stocks crash because it's dependent on oil and over 1.5%. They are down 1.5%, and oil prices spike as West Asia burns once again. So this is the reaction when you get to the market of the war that is between Iran and United States of America, and especially the statement that has come from Donald Trump. All right, Rishita joins us from the digital newsroom with all the latest updates when it comes to the market. Rishita, What's the current update on the market, the Nifty, the Sensex and the stocks? Over to you for the update on the markets, Rishta.
Thank you so much. Well, very rightly put, the Indian stock market is experiencing a bloodbath. So as of now, Nifty 50 stands at 23,969, which is a decline of 1.76%. And Sensex stands at 76,754, which is a decline of 1.8%. In terms of the sectors, FMCG, auto, IT are witnessing a loss of more than 1%. Now, if we talk about stocks in general, stocks in particular, we have Indigo, which has been dropped by over 2.4%. Asian Paints as well has slipped by 2.5%, and even Geo Financial Services are down by 3.0%. And yes, this has been because of the rise of crude oil prices. Another interesting factor and another very alarming factor is the fact that the India VIX index, which started at 7% in the morning, is now at a whopping 27%, which proves that the entire stock market, the entire market trajectory is in an extremely tumultuous stage.
Yeah, you were highlighting the stocks related to aviation sector, if I'm not wrong, and oil stocks, auto stocks, which somewhat all these stocks are directly related to each other. And especially if the war is back again, the aviation sector will be deeply impacted as it was earlier. The auto stocks and also the oil price will be again sky high. Rishita.
Absolutely. There's also a chance of the Fed rates going up, and that might also worsen the situation for the Indian stock market.
What about the FMCG sector? Exactly how is it getting impacted? Fertilizers, is that the issue?
Absolutely. The FMCG sector right now is at below 2%, and it is going through a stage where it is going to get plummeted over the time period.
Okay, Rishita, do you think this is going to continue and there will be more bloodbath in the Indian markets and the world markets also, but specifically about the Indian markets, will there be more bloodbath?
Yes, I think so, absolutely. I feel like even with the Asian markets in general, the Asia Pacific in general hasn't been doing really well. For example, you have Japan's benchmark Nikkei that has fallen by 0.55%, while even the Topix has declined by 0.7%. So this is an extremely concerning stage for the Indian stock market today.
All right, thanks a lot, Ritika, for all the latest updates. Keep a track on all the latest developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up for you after a short commercial break. Coming up next, all details on all top national and international breaking news developments coming up next.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van, and then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession. where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, "Le fir aa gaye," which means, "Look, we are back." And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are two people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing other explosion-related stunts, such as filling a drum with explosives and blasting it. And there are intense explosives used out there. This is all a celebration of explosions. These are not fireworks, let me tell you this, viewers. Now, the police arrested the accused, and there was a procession of the accused also taken out. The accused identified as one Shoaib, Zahid Khan and Taslim. Shoaib organized the event, and Zahid and Taslim were the ones.
Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. Algorithmically, they are directing users to channels where sexual abuse material is being sold. This is not content moderation failure. This is commercialization of child sexual abuse. When we follow it up, we are told we cannot remove this content because according to Facebook, this does not go against their community standards. I say to Meta, you're being told to fall in line. You must not just atone, you must pay. You must explain why you allowed this child sexual abuse to continue. You must answer, you must not run. You're answerable to the people of India, and the people are asking you, if you want to continue to do this, don't seek a justification for it, for the people of India will not allow you to get away with child sexual abuse.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time. And now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job. But it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way. But there's a distinct physical difference. A, he's put on a lot of weight. His face is much more puffy. He's older. He's wearing a turban. He was not wearing a turban at that time. Not always, at least. Not always photographed with a turban. And so there's a distinct difference. So if you see the
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. You're watching Republic. I'm Tongtham Amrita, and in a gruesome manner, a 12-year-old girl was raped and killed and thrown in a pond. And this happened a few days ago in West Bengal, in Baripur area, where the main accused have been arrested and now killed in a police encounter while the police was trying to recreate a scene of how that took place. That again shows the Bengal government's resolve for zero tolerance in such kind of gruesome murder of rape and murder of such minors. We're tracking all of these details and more, but first take a look at the headlines. Trump makes huge statement, says Iran ceasefire is over, calls Iranians liars and scum. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available in its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Republic continues investigation in Meta's child sexual abuse scandal after the social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Baripur rape and murder accused shot dead in police encounter during crime scene reconstruction. FIR registered and 3 arrested in doctor assault case. Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Mahastre still not arrested. United States charges jailed Indian gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Goldie Brar in the murder case of Khalistani separatist Hardip Singh Nijjar. Viewers, we begin with a major breaking story at the moment. A key Lashkar-e-Taiba commander has been killed in an encounter between security forces and terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir Shopian district. Now, Zakir Ganai, he was one of the 2 terrorists who were first spotted by surveillance cameras on July 3 in a dense orchard in the area. Now, his body has been recovered, marking a significant breakthrough for security forces in the massive anti-terror operation, which has been going on for 5 days. Now, meanwhile, search operations also remain underway for the other terrorists. In a major police encounter, this where a major Lashkar terrorist has been killed in the police encounter, and now major search operations are also being carried out. This happened in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir, a major anti-terror crackdown where a Lashkar terrorist has been killed. The man has been identified as as Zakir Ganai, and search operations are still being carried out for the other. Now, viewers, I'm joined by my colleague Zinat to give us more details in this. Zinat, thank you so much for joining us, and I'd like more details into how this encounter took place. We know that an LET terrorist has been gunned down in the police encounter, and a separate search operations are also being carried out in Shopian district. Can you give us a brief breakdown of the latest developments in Shopian district?
See, I'll take you to the visuals on the ground that we're showing you, that this is the encounter area where the Jawans of Indian Army are holding the ground for the last 5 days. The men and machinery on the ground. Then you see the quadcopter, the aerial surveillance being done to see that everything is under radar and nothing goes out of sight. You see the security forces. This is Jawans of the Indian Army. We are seeing 55 RR, 20 RR, 3 para, which is a special commando force of the Indian Army. They are holding the fort along with the SOG of Jammu and Kashmir Police. The Indian Army Jawans are taking care of the entire area. This operation started on Saturday evening when the firefight was between the terrorists and the joint security forces. That today morning a dead body of a terrorist, A++ category LET commander Zakir Ganai has been recovered from these orchards only, although the dead body of the terrorist was stinking. That tells you that he was neutralized a day before or so. But today morning when the Indian Army were carrying the search operation in the entire area, his body was found along with arms and ammunition. Then the body was taken into the custody by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, being the local force head, so to take care that nothing goes out of sight. We are seeing still the cordon and the search being maintained by the Indian Army along with the other forces. Although, as per the intelligence reports that suggest that 2 terrorists were earlier trapped, one whose body has been recovered and the second one is still in the area. Whether he has been neutralized or he's hiding, for which the hunt is on. The Jawans of the Indian Army we see holding the holding the ground here when it comes to Chanapora encounter. This is Shopian, South Kashmir, some 100 kilometers, 85 to 90 kilometers from the Srinagar city, and here the security forces are on the ground for the last 5 days. Because if you remember the visual that we played on Saturday evening, the visual of the CCTV camera where the 2 terrorists were spotted and then the search was extended. One of the terrorists who was seen in that very CCTV footage has been killed. He's been identified, a local terrorist from the Kulgam, which is an adjoining district from here. That is, he has been neutralized. Indian Army maintaining the ground, and also they are taking the search to other villages as well. Although the situation remained normal on the ground, but we are seeing an anti-terror operation in the Kashmir Valley after 8 months. Last time it was in October, where 2 terrorists were neutralized in Kulgam, and now after months search, because we have seen in these months extensive CASOs in multiple districts, in the areas, in the forest belt. Finally, the breakthrough was on Saturday evening when the fight was witnessed. This time terrorists did not escape because the kind of cordon, the setup was made by the Indian Army to see that all routes get sealed and terrorists did not get a chance to escape. So this is more like coming as a booster shot in the arms of the security forces, where a terrorist had been neutralized, the body had been recovered, there has been no collateral damage on the ground. That tells you the determination and also a success. After 5 days of hard work, a dead body has been recovered.
That's right. A massive anti-terror operation also being conducted across the region. It has intensified since the past few days. Thank you so much, Janet, for all of those details. We'll continue to track the story and get back to you for more updates. And viewers, we move on to another story that's coming in from West Bengal, a gruesome rape and murder of a minor. Prabhas Mondal, the key accused in the rape and murder of the 12-year-old girl in Baruipur, West Bengal, was killed in a police encounter in the early hours of Wednesday morning. Now, authorities stated that officers had transported Mondal to the site of the crime late last night as part of a formal reconstruction process when the incident occurred. According to the police, the situation escalated when the accused seized an officer's service weapon and fired a shot before attempting to flee. Now, in response, the police returned fire. Mondal was wounded in the exchange and was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead upon arrival. This, again, the main accused of the rape and murder of a 12-year-old girl, and where she was gang raped, in fact, according to reports, and she was thrown mercilessly in a pond there on the visual, and that was how she was recovered. This took place a few days ago in West Bengal, and therefore a formal crime scene reconstruction. The police took the main accused there in the region, and he tried to flee by attempting to grab a service weapon of one of the police officers who was handling him, and in the exchange of fire he was shot and he was brought to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Again, this highlights a zero tolerance of rapists, and this is again a double crime. In fact, rape and murder of a 12-year-old girl, and some of the visuals that Republic has access of Prabhas Mondal, the key accused, and we're also getting reports that there were some other accused, that accomplices who was also involved in this crime, and the police are still continuing search operations for them. And viewers, Republic has also filed a report from the encounter site where the accused was shot dead after an alleged attempt of open firing at the police. Let's take a look at the report.
And from here, injured Prabhas Mandal was sent to Badipur District Hospital, and there he was declared dead at the hospitals by the attending doctor. This is the encounter spot, and just opposite of us, that was another cordon of area. That was the actual PO, place of occurrence, where that 10 years girl were drowned by the accused persons. That area also cordoned up by district police. However, one person also arrested at this rape and murder case, named Kabir Molla alias Prabir. At this rape and murder case, one person is also arrested, and in the violence case, 20 persons arrested by district police. This is the area where Shurjapur, under Badipur police stations area, this is the cordon of area where the encounter was happened.
And viewers, we are also getting reactions coming in from the mother and wife of the accused. Let's listen in what they had to say about the whole incident.
বলছে আপনার ছেলের নাম প্রভাস মণ্ডল। হ্যাঁ, তা আপনার ছেলে মারা গেছে, আপনি দেখতে চান? হাসপাতালে আছে, দেখুন। আমি বলছি না, আমি আর দেখতে চাই না, আমি দেখে আর কি করবো, আর আমার যাবার শক্তি নেই, আমার গলা শুকিয়ে যাচ্ছে, বলতে পারছি না। হ্যাঁ, তাই বলছে আমার যাওয়ার শক্তি নেই, আমি যাবো না, তোমরা থাকো। বলছে ওর তো আই কার্ড লাগবে। তাই বলেছি দেখো আমি সব কোথায় আই কার্ড জানি না, আমার কষ্ট, মার তো কষ্ট হবে, আমি সে কষ্ট দরকার নেই, ও যা কর্ম করেছে তাতেই গেছে আমার শান্তি।
মানে ও যে নাবালিকার সঙ্গে যে অত্যাচার করেছে
তাতেই ওর মৃত্যু হয়ে গেছে, ভালোই হয়েছে।
আপনারা কি মৃতদেহ আনতে যাবেন?
না, আমার কেউ যাওয়ার নেই, আমি যেতে পারবো না, মৃতদেহ আমি আনবো না। আমি তো বললাম আর আমরা দেখতে চাই না, একদম দেখতে চাই না। তোমরা ওখানে নিয়ে থেকে নাও, দমে দেবে, কোথায় দেবে, ফেলে দেবে, দিয়ে যাবে, কেউ যাবে না। দেখো আমি আর ওসব কিছু বলতে পারবো না। ও যে গেলে আমাদের কথা শুনিনি, বিশেষ করে মার কথা যদি না শুনি, নিজে নেশা ভাঙ করে, তা আমার অত আর কিচ্ছু বলার নেই।
বলতে ও তো নোংরা মতো এমনি ছিল, তো বিশ্বাস করার কিছু মতন নেই, বুঝেছো?
আচ্ছা,
যে ও করবে না কি এটা আমি বলতে পারছি না যে করেনি।
আচ্ছা,
কেন এরকমই আমার বিয়ে পরেও আমি ওর নোংরামো দেখেছি, অনেক অত্যাচার করে আমি এখন সংসার করছি, তো এটা আমি মানে মেনেই নিয়েছি যে ও করেছে।
আচ্ছা, এই যে পুলিশের গুলিতে মারা গেল, কিছু বলবেন?
না, ও অন্যায় করেছে, ও দোষ করেছে, ও হচ্ছে গুলি খেয়েছে, এটা বলার কিছু নেই।
আচ্ছা, আপনি কি চাইছেন এখন?
কি চাইছি বলতে যে ওখানে তো বারাইপুরে আমাদের যেতে বলছে, যাবো।
স্বামীর দেহ নেবেন?
মেয়ে বলতে যদি রাজি, বাড়ির লোক সবাই রাজি হয় তো আনা হবে।
আচ্ছা, আপনার কয় সন্তান?
একটা ছেলে।
আচ্ছা।
And viewers, the victim's father has hailed Bengal Chief Minister Suvendu's efforts in handling this case and reiterated his full faith on the government and the police as well. Let's listen into the bite of the victim's father.
পুরো রাস্তা আছে, সরকারের পুরো রাস্তা ভরসা আছে, সিএম কালকের কথা দিয়েছে যাবে সেভাবে উনি যেভাবে কাজ চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে, আমরা খুব খুশি, অত্যন্ত খুশি। সিএমের পুরো ফুল ভরসা আছে আমাদের।
আচ্ছা, তো পুলিশকে লক্ষ্য করে পজ গুলি চালাতে গেছিল?
না, ওটা আমি বলতে পারছি না, আমি তো সেই অবস্থা ছিলাম না তখন।
একদম এনকাউন্টার, একজন মৃত্যু,
টোটালি এর বেশি কিছু বলতে পারছি না, আমি পরিস্থিতি অন্যরকমই ছিলাম তখন।
আচ্ছা, এটা শুনেছেন?
শুনেছি, এক্ষুনি তেমন কিছু শুনি, আমি একটু অন্য ব্যস্তর মধ্যে আছি, তো চতুর্দিক থেকে সব বুঝতে পারছেন, আপনারা সবাই আসছেন।
পুলিশের ভূমিকায় যে একদম
পুলিশের উপরে পুরো ফুল ভরসা আছে, পুলিশ না থাকলে আমরা এত এগোতে পারতাম না।
পুলিশ যেভাবে তদন্ত করছে, 4 জনই তো অ্যারেস্ট হয়ে গেল।
খুশি, তাতে খুশি। আরো যারা আছে তারা অ্যারেস্ট হবে, দোষীদের শাস্তি হোক, এটা কিছু কি। দাদাও এই জিনিসটা খুব মাথায় রেখেছে, দাদা আমার ভরসা দিয়েছে, দাদার ওর ফুল ভরসা আছে। ওর যে সিএম আছে না, ওনাকে দাদা বলে আমরা সম্মান করি। দাদা ফুল ভরসা দিয়েছে, ওনার ওর ফুল বিশ্বাস, আশা, ভরসা সব আছে।
বাকি 3 জনের আমি
কঠোরভাবে সাজা চলছি। দাদা বলে তুমি শুধু আমার কাজ দেখে নাও, আর সত্যি দাদার উপর আমাদের ভরসা আছে।
খুশি আপনারা?
আপনি খুব খুশি।
And viewers, we shift our focus to the war that's brewing now from Iran. Now, Donald Trump has attacked several sites He claims that strikes as retaliatory. Now, tensions between the US and Iran have escalated once again as President Donald Trump has ordered strikes on multiple targets in Bandar Abbas, which is Iran's strategic port city on the Strait of Hormuz. The United States also says that these are retaliatory actions following recent provocations, as they claim from Iran, saying that Iran has struck several bases along the Strait of Hormuz. This as the ceasefire between Iran and the US has officially come to an end after Donald Trump's announcement. Let's take a look at this report.
The United States military says it has launched airstrikes against Iran as explosions were reported in several locations in the south of the country. The U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, said the strikes began on June 7th and are being conducted in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz.
U.S. Central Command forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crewed by innocent civilians in an international waterway. The U.S. strikes are in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's demonstrated aggression was unwarranted, dangerous, and a clear violation of the ceasefire.
Iranian media reported several explosions in the southern port city of Sarik, where projectiles were said to have hit commercial and fishing piers, as well as Keshem Island and areas near Bandar Abbas. The U.S. strikes targeted Iranian air defense systems, coastal surveillance systems, surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles, and drone launch sites. Iranian state media reported that several people were injured by shrapnel at the Sarik commercial pier.
Вой! 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 Whoa.
And now, viewers, we shift focus to another major story that's developing. Now, doctors at the Shastri Nagar Hospital have gone on strike after a Shiv Sena corporate allegedly assaulted a doctor and staff members at the hospital. Several investigations. Now, a case has been registered in this case as well, and Shiv Sena leaders have also gone on to say against that, and several doctors have gone on strike in the hospital with regards to the incident that took place last evening. And the Federation of All India Medical Doctors have also launched a strong statement against this kind of mistreatment against healthcare workers, doctors and nurses. And this is the visual as the Shiv Sena Shinde faction corporator raised his hand against some of the doctors who were stationed there and some nurses as well. A major scuffle broke out and doctors have now gone on a strike after the Sena assault.
त्या ठिकाणी जी काही घटना झाली त्याबद्दल मी पहिला दिलगिरी व्यक्त करतो आणि मी ठासून सांगतो या ठिकाणी का मी महिला डॉक्टरवर हात उचललेला नाही. ही जी TV फुटेजमध्ये CC कॅमेरा फुटेजमध्ये जे येते ते कॅमेऱ्याचा अँगलमुळे येत असेल, ती महिला डॉक्टर माझ्या मुलीसारखी आहे म्हणून ती म्हणतो, एकेरी उल्लेख करतो. ती माझ्या मुलीसारखी आहे. तिचे मॅरेज झाले का नाही ते पण मला माहिती नाही. सतत कानाला बोलत होते, आमची रिक्वेस्ट ऐकत नव्हती आणि त्यामुळे मी तुझा फोन ठेव बाजूला, आमची कंप्लेंट आधी घे, काय तर आमची तक्रार घे, ऐकून घे, एवढंच मी तिला बोललो. आणि मी त्या महिलेला मारलेलं नाही. आम्हाला बाळासाहेबांची शिकवण आहे, त्यामुळे महिलांवर आम्ही हात उचलला नाही आणि याच्यापुढे उचलणार नाही. ह्यांनी मला बोलावलं, मी फोन केला यांच्याच फोनवरती, त्यांना फोन द्या सांगितलं डॉक्टरांना. डॉक्टरांनी माझे फोन घेतले नाही आणि 2-2, 3-3, 4-4 वेळेला प्रयत्न करून सुद्धा घेतला. ह्या सारख्या रडत होत्या. मला सिरियसनेस समजल्यामुळे मी तिथे गेलो आणि बाकीचे यांच्या तोंडून आहे का मी
मेरे बेटी लड़की का प्रेग्नेंट थी और हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट करने के लिए गई और उसका सोनोग्राफी किया और हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए तो उन लोग ने बोला है क्या इमरजेंसी है तो इधर हो नहीं सकता है, सायन में लेके जाओ. तो इमरजेंसी है तो हम लोग बोले इमरजेंसी है तो सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे, उधर तो सब डूब गए. तो कैसे लेके, मेरी लड़की की जान जाएगी तो क्या करेंगे, 3-4 घंटा लगेगा, खड्डा खुड्डा है, मेरी लड़की ऐसे गुजर रही है तो भी हम लोग कैसे जाएंगे. आप रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं हम मैडम, इधर ही करना है, मुझे इधर ही करना है. देखो कुछ भी करो, मेरे लड़की का डिलीवरी इधर ही करो. हम लोग बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया वो मैडम को भी और डॉक्टर सर को भी बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया तो भी कुछ भी नहीं, वो लोग मानने ही को तैयार नहीं. सायन में ही लेके जाओ, सायन में ही लेके जाओ. बोले सायन में हम लोग कैसे लेके जाएंगे, उनका प्रॉब्लम इतना चल रहा है, वो जान जाने के लिए मेरे लड़की का आ रहा है तो भी प्रॉब्लम आपको क्रिटिकल बोल रहे हैं. मैं दादा को फोन किया, दादा ऐसा ऐसा बोल रहे हैं, सायन में कैसे लेके जाओ मेरे बच्ची को. तो दादा ने बोले तुम लोग क्या करें, मेरे को बताओ, ऑक्सीजन लेवल नहीं तो मुझे बताओ. कौन रमेश मात्रे, जानते नहीं, ऐसे बोलने लगे दादा को. हम लोग डॉक्टर लोग फोन ही लिए नहीं रहते, इसीलिए दादा हॉस्पिटल में आए. दादा इतना हम लोग की हेल्प करते हैं ना, कुछ भी नहीं, रात देखते नहीं, 2 बजे नहीं देखेंगे, 1 बजे नहीं देख, आ जाएंगे, दौड़ के आ जाते हैं, लेकिन कभी ना नहीं बोलते. इसीलिए मैंने कॉल किया दादा को.
Now, this gruesome incident that happened, now the BMC Mart strongly condemned this attack and assault on doctors, nurses and healthcare personnel that took place at Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation's Shastri Nagar Hospital. They have said that violence against healthcare professionals is unacceptable under any circumstances. Doctors, nurses and all healthcare workers dedicate their lives to serving patients and deserve to work in a safe and secure environment. BMC Mert stands in complete solidarity with all doctors, nurses and all healthcare workers at the KDMC Shastri Nagar Hospital. They further urge the authorities to ensure a swift and a fair investigation, strict legal action against those responsible and stronger security measures across all healthcare institutions to prevent such incidents from recurring in the future. And with that, viewers, we come to the end of this bulletin, but we'll continue to track more stories on the other side. As now, US President Donald Trump has made a huge statement. He says that Iran's ceasefire is over and calls Iranians liars and scum. Coming up, all of this after a very short break.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े.
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
And by the way, viewers, I'm driving in Delhi with Delhi wala boy Aman Gupta, who is too busy waving to his fans than talking to me. Please come down to earth, Aman.
Yes, I am sorry.
You're on my show.
I forgot.
This is not your show. This is my show. Stop waving to your fans. Be modest. Now everybody look. अरे आप politician हो. आप politician हो. आप ये क्या कर रहे हो? This is too much.
आपने बोला humble हो, मैं humble हो रहा हूँ.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't
No, I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then? If you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then. Shame on Meta. Shame on Mark Zuckerberg. I'm talking about what Meta is doing to our children. I'm talking about sexual abuse, pedophilia, and child pornography being encouraged by Mark Zuckerberg. Algorithmically, they are directing users to channels where sexual abuse material is being sold. This is not content moderation failure. This is commercialization of child sexual abuse. When we follow it up, we are told we cannot remove this content because according to Facebook, this does not go against their community standards. I say to Meta, you're being told to fall in line. You must not just atone, you must pay. You must explain why you allowed this child sexual abuse to continue. You must answer, you must not run. You're answerable to the people of India, and the people are asking you, if you want to continue to do this, don't seek a justification for it, for the people of India will not allow you to get away with child sexual abuse.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk tonight about an incident where an FIR got registered against 4 people. This is an incident which has happened in Madhya Pradesh, in Ujjain, and there is this strange video which shows a van suspended about 40 feet in the air. And it's suspended with a crane, some kind of a huge big crane. And there are explosives which are put inside this van. And then the van is detonated. Watch this very carefully, ladies and gentlemen. This is apparently during a Muharram procession, where the organizers fill a car with explosives, lift it 40 feet in the air with explosives, put a slogan on the vehicle saying, Le fir aage, which means, look, we are back. And then they explode the van. And at that point of time, there are posters put, there's a lot of mayhem. It's also seen in the video that there are 2 people who are waving red flags before the blast. And the car is detonated mid-air amidst the spectators. There are videos from an Instagram account which also show a young man performing.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very, very good afternoon. We are live and we are
are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. A big update has come in from US President Trump. He says that the ceasefire with Iran is over. He has used some unparliamentary words when it comes to Iran. And he says, I really don't see any future when it comes to the ceasefire between America and Iran. This is a new development coming in. We'll get to all those details. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
Over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people.
Top headlines. Trump makes huge statement, says Iran ceasefire is over, calls Iranians liars and scum. Republic investigation forces Meta to issue detailed India-specific response on child sexual abuse content available on its platform despite repeated flagging. Meta goes all defensive, refuses to take ownership for removal of child sexual abuse content after Republic's big expose. Republic continues investigation in Meta child sexual abuse scandal after social media giant refuses to take down disturbing content. Pararipur rape and murder accused shot dead in police encounter during crime scene reconstruction. FIR registered and 3 arrested in doctor assault case. Shiv Sena Shinde leader Ramesh Matre still not arrested. US charges jail Indian gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aide Goldie Brar in murder case of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Getting you big updates coming in here on Republic TV as Trump states that the ceasefire with Iran is over. Israel's media reports that U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has now cancelled his visit to Israel, which was previously scheduled for later today. This is a huge update coming in. What exactly is happening when it comes to America-Iran? Well, things are looking very shaky now. President Trump declared Iran ceasefire amid fresh U.S. strikes on Iranian targets following attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking forcefully, he called the Iranian leader scum, a bunch of liars, cuckoo, cheats, sick people who have killed their own people, adding he would not waste his time speaking to Iran now. Remarks come as Trump met with NATO allies in Turkey, where he expressed frustration over their support and ordered retaliatory action while pushing for greater allied loyalty. We're getting visuals coming in on your screen of from Iran of the grand funeral which is taking place as we speak of the previous supreme leader. And it was a send-off which took a couple of days. The funeral events are happening for Iran's former supreme leader Khomeini. Are they underway? As we speak, these visuals are coming in from Tehran. Khomeini's coffin is making its way through the streets of Najaf to the shrine of Imam Ali, Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law. Thousands of mourners have gathered in Iraq. So this is Iraq, as funeral processions for Iran's slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khomeini has begun. And Iran has begun 6 days of public funeral ceremony for Khomeini, including a day dedicated to neighboring Iraq. The marathon ceremonies are taking place. A massive procession has been happening in Iran, and Iraqi officials and senior politicians received Khomeini's remains in the presence of Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian and the late leader's eldest son, Mustafa Khomeini.
ماجورين جميعا إن الله تعالى أول ما يغفر للمؤمن أول شيء يعطي للمؤمن يغفر لمن حضر تشييعه. اللهم اغفر لنا يا الله وارحمنا. لا إله إلا الله. الكل صوت واحد، لا إله إلا الله. اخوان المشيعين منا شويه فت خطوتين اللي ورا رحم الله والديكم، خلي الجنازه توصل لهنا حتى تحصلون ثواب الصلاه اخواني. رحم الله والديكم.
Major General Rajan Kochar, AVCM, SM, VSM is joining us. Defense expert is joining us on Republic. Mr. Major General Kochar, those visuals are coming in from Iraq, and a send-off is being given to the slain Supreme Leader Khomeini. It's underway in Iraq. It's coming at a time when Trump spoke a short while back and he said that the ceasefire with Iran is over and thousands of mourners have reached. How do you think that the timing of the funeral is looking like in the context of other affairs in the Middle East?
Thank you, Shivangi. I think if we talk about the ceasefire and these kind of statements which Donald Trump is making, I would still consider it slightly premature for the burial of the ceasefire as of now. Because, these are statements. I would like to see what kind of follow-up action and strategy America has in place. Because so far, if you've been observing this war, it has dragged on for quite some time and more than 4 months now. And the real war was around 50 days. In those 50 days also, United States and Israel could not make a great impact on the attainment of their objectives. So what kind of strategy or re-strategizing Trump has made now to accomplish his objectives, which he could not accomplish earlier? Because, you see, it's very easy to make statements, and seeing Donald Trump's track record, I'm not surprised at all that he's making these kind of statements, because he has made these kind of statements earlier also. So I would not like to take his statements on the face value. Secondly, these visuals are very important also to correlate with this kind of happening or an event taking place. It shows the solidarity among the Islamic world, and especially two large countries like Iran and Iraq. And it is a testimony that United States and Israel are now treading into very, very dangerous waters. And why I say that is because in times to come, this is going to lead into a fractured Islamic world, because we see here some of the Gulf countries are not pro-Iran, and some of the Gulf countries are with Iran. So I see a fracture in OIC, a fracture in GCC, and OPEC also. You would have seen UAE has moved out of OPEC. So all these things are happening in Gulf which have to be taken note of. And very important is, I think, the China factor cannot be overruled, because China today is sensing a great opportunity. And the statements which were coming from UAE and other countries that they would welcome more of Chinese support to bolster their military capabilities also should be taken note of. And I think it's still, Shivangi, it's still early days. I don't want to write off this ceasefire as of now, but definitely it's a great setback. And I think Iran also would need to look into it, because IRGC has adopted a very hard line. See, the way they are now saying that the sea lanes which they have earmarked in the state of Hormuz will only be followed, and no other lanes will be followed. Actually, that is against what has been mentioned in the MOU, because MOU does not mention control of the state of Hormuz with Iran, and therefore it is a violation of the MOU, and therefore United States has retaliated in this manner. And now I'm given to understand in the morning there has been a very vicious attack.
Before we continue with this, I also want our viewers to have a look at these visuals, because what is happening in Najaf, Iraq, thousands of mourners have turned up. But what message is Iran trying to send by turning this funeral into a religious event? It's also a religious event in a way, it's a regional event. It looks like the entire Middle East is coming together. I want to go across to Rakshita as well, who's joining us. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, this is the final farewell to Ali Khamenei and the supreme leader, the former supreme leader, and his procession, the funeral procession. His coffin is moving towards the spiritual heart of Shia Islam, the shrine of Imam Ali, who is the first Imam of the Shias, Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law and the cousin. And this is happening as far as the spiritual farewell is concerned, and this procession will return back to Iran tomorrow, where he will be laid to rest in Mashhad of Iran. And you can see that how thousands of the Shia Muslims, the community is paying homage to the Shia leader, who was Ali Khamenei, not just a political leadership, but of course it was a Shiite leadership. And the world, the entire Shia community today is marking this this last rite as Shahidi and sacrifice of their leader. And the entire world, or the community, the Shia Muslim community, is in mourning, as we've seen many reactions that have been coming in from different Shia countries and Shia majority countries and Shia leaders as well. And you can see that thousands have gathered in Najaf of Iraq as the procession moves towards Imam Ali's shrine in Iraq, and they will return back to Iran. And tomorrow he will be laid to rest in Mashhad. You can see that this was the a 5 to 7 day long farewell to Ali Khamenei. And this first we saw the world leaders also converging in Tehran for that. And now we see that the funeral events for Khamenei underway in Iran. Many of we've seen that there have been placards. It's not just spiritual. We've seen during the funeral procession there have been a glimpse of what's happening as far as politically the situation in Iran exists, where there have been many slogans against United States. Of course, he was killed in United States strike. He was killed in American strikes, and of course many placards were being held by those who had gathered. And also there were a lot of there was a section who were against Pezeshkia also, which of course shows how divided there are in terms of the politics of the country right now stands, which is we see the funeral also projecting national unity and unity of the entire community, the Shia community. But we've seen many hardline attacks on the president that is Masoud Pezeshkian, and even slogans chanted against Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. So there have been tensions in Iran in the aftermath of the war. And now when we get Donald Trump's statement declaring that the ceasefire is over, That, of course, revives more tensions. But yes, you can see this is the spiritual abode for the Shia Muslims in Iraq, where we see the funeral procession is moving towards the shrine of Imam Ali, and of course, a solemn moment for the Shia community right now as they turn out in thousands in Iraq before the procession heads back to Iran. Shivangi.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Rakshita, for getting us all those updates. Live pictures coming in of the coffin being taken to shrine of Imam Ali, the Prophet's son-in-law. We'll be coming back to the story, but I really want to move ahead. You know, in the meanwhile, you have seen a lot of escalation. U.S. has conducted strikes in southern Iran area. Iran has condemned those strikes. Iran's foreign ministry has now strongly condemned the aggressive attacks and gross violation of the Memorandum of Understanding by the U.S. following military strikes in southern Iran. So, as you know, a lot of updates are coming from the Middle East, and things are looking very, very shaky right now. U.S. has struck southern Iran. Tehran claims attacks on U.S. military sites as well. And once again, the situation looking very, very fragile when we talk about what is happening between America and Iran. I would like to go back to our guests in a short while from now as well, because the situation is looking extremely, extremely tense once more, especially after U.S. President Trump said that, well, the ceasefire is over. All right, let's go to Rakshita. Rakshita, now we see that Donald Trump has called the ceasefire waste of time. And, you know, the question is that we thought that this is good news. The MOU sign was good news, but it's looking like it is not, because again, strikes have escalated.
Absolutely. Well, this ceasefire was fragile right from day one. There were a lot of questions being raised as far as the terms of this, this agreement was concerned, the 14-point agreement, the so-called peace deal. And there were already a lot of opposition that Donald Trump was facing, not just across the globe, but also back home in his own country. Even many Republicans had questioned this deal for different reasons over different points, of course. Now, he has been defending this ceasefire deal as a major, major success. Typical Trump style, trying to defend and saying that what he does is the best, but clearly that has come falling down. Now, what happened last night? There were impactful strikes in Iran. There were deadly strikes, in fact, in Iran. And henceforth, during this NATO summit, when he was interacting with the press, one of the reporters had asked him that, given the situation right now, if you are pounding Iran, then what can we say that the ceasefire is over? And that's how he responded, saying that I think it's over. He went on to call them scum and sick, and saying that we hit them. Now, America says that that Iran is being hit because as a retaliatory move. Why? What retaliation? Now, this is being cited retaliation for what happened in the waters, in the seas. As per the US, these attacks were retaliation after Iran had allegedly targeted 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. That has been the flashpoint, and things are very sensitive still, even after the ceasefire. We've seen that reports of firing have been coming in. So, Marshall Islands flagged empty Al-Rakayat, Saudi Arabia flagged empty Wadian, and Liberian flagged empty Cyprus Prosperity have been allegedly hit by the Iranians. And United States says that we did this in retaliation, and as Trump calls them, a very, very dangerous people of Iran have been struck by the United States. And he went on to say, as we were just talking about the funeral that's happening, the funeral that is underway, saying that we wanted them to go do your funeral stuff. This is the kind of language that
you're explaining to us, what is happening, but we are going back to square one. Once again, oil prices are jumping. Once again, we see the ceasefire. It looks like it's no more. And once again, we see Trump blaming Iran, saying that the terms of the MOU were misrepresented by the Iranian officials. So we are going back to square one once again.
Oh, yes. In fact, it was a fragile situation. And right after the ceasefire was announced, there was some relief, at least on paper, that was visible. And yes, there was some relief across the globe also as far as oil prices concerned. The movement of oil tankers, the supply, the world's oil supply was concerned, the energy supplies were concerned. But yes, it is going back to square one. Oil jumps, the oil prices are jumping across the globe as we speak, given the US strikes. In fact, there are now strikes in Bahrain and other Middle Eastern countries, also in West Asia that we are learning of right now. So yes, the situation is once again, reigniting, and Donald Trump has many questions to answer, or even Iran for that matter, because if commercial vessels are hit, that clearly shows that there has been no trust, and there has been no upkeeping of that trust as well. So now, in fact, as we speak, we're getting in breaking news, and let me just share this information with our viewers. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Gharibabadi has said that Iran will take decisive action against US violation of the Islamabad MOU. So that is the breaking news we have right now. Gharibabadi is the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, that is second to Araghchi, and now he says that Iran is going to fight back. So yes, we are going back to the same situation. At least that is what is being seen right now. Donald Trump had been thumping his chest, said that how he in fact got this ceasefire done, even though there were many questions about the terms of the agreement, and now it has
absolutely. Rakshita, let's also go to a guest. I will just go to a guest, and then you can also join in. Major General Rajan Kochur is joining us. Rakshita and Major General, back to square one, and the kind of words that Trump has used for Iran. They're scum, they're sick people, they're led by sick people, they're vicious, violent people. This is what Trump is saying. It's bad news for everybody because we're looking at higher oil prices and maybe even much more later, Major General, much more to come.
Shivangi, I agree with you because this will have impact on the entire economy, including gas and oil prices. But the point here is that Trump's statements, if you try to analyze his statements, I am not surprised because these kind of statements have been emanating from him earlier also. And at one point of time, he was hailing the peace accord and he was complimenting the people of Iran. And now, after a few days, he's now abusing them. So this is a standard trademark of Trump talk. And this is the way he talks. So let's take it in that manner and not give too much importance to what Trump is actually saying at this point of time, because things will have to be seen in the next 48 hours on ground. Because if there is an escalation, I would like to qualify my statement. If there is an escalation, definitely this ceasefire is over. But if there is no escalation in the next 48 hours, then there is a slim chance of this ceasefire falling back in place. And what is also important is that Iran has not been too happy the way US has responded to the unfreezing of its accounts, because it's quite some time in this 60 days of MOU, and there is a lack of trust. As Rachita also mentioned, there is hardly any trust between the two countries. So unless you restore a semblance of trust, only then this MOU can survive. With the absence of trust, I don't think this MOU can go ahead at all. Even after 60 days, we would have faced a similar kind of a situation. So I think this has to be from both sides. You see, trust cannot be one-sided. If Trump is saying that Iran has belied the trust, I think USA has also belied that trust. And they need to come up with concrete statements as
Absolutely, Major General. Major General, we will be discussing more on this. This is a huge update coming in. Entire world, of course, wanting to know, will these two patch up again, or can we expect more escalation? Well, thank you, Rakshita. And Major General, please stay with us because we'll be tracking this story very closely. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere, viewers. We'll be right back. Escalation continues between Iran and the United States. President Trump calls Iran scum and says the ceasefire is over. This is the biggest global story. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I said that Bhagwant Man's problem is that in the process of covering up one lie, he is lying a second time. So to cover two lies, he lies a third time and a fourth time, and now he's in a big trap. He is doing everything possible to save his job, but it's going to become more and more difficult for him. Plus, I think he has some very foolish advisors. You see, this controversy is about a younger Bhagwant Mann. He's about 52 years now, 52 or 53. And the video apparently goes back to the time he was 39 years old. This is a video he's released. Let me first show you the other video, the controversial video. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a picture of Bhagwant Mann at the age of 39. And visibly, over the last 13 years, he's aged. There's nothing wrong with that. We all age. But there's a distinct difference in facial appearance. I'd like to show you a picture of Bhagwant Mann at present, which is about 52, 53 years old. And Bhagwant Mann on the other side at the age of 39, when he was a performer. Well, he is still a performer in a way.
The much-awaited insurance reforms documents by the IRDAI is now expected by July end. And the public business has reliably learned that the regulator is considering doing away with upfront commissions to agents. It is likely that the commissions could be linked to products and the lifetime of the policy. Regulator is currently holding marathon meetings with industry reps and stakeholders on commissions, the role of intermediaries in selling insurance and other such reforms. I want to go across to my colleague Pranav from our Republic Business team. Pranav, take our viewers through the latest breaking news coming in.
Well, in fact, we have been tracking this particular document. It's a crucial document that is going to set in motion the reforms that are expected in the insurance sector, primarily the commissions that are being paid to intermediaries, that is the agents. Now, just to give you a gist of what is happening right now, this insurance reform document that was expected in the first week of July will now be actually released somewhere by end of this month. What are we likely to expect? We are expecting some sort of reforms in terms of the commissions that are paid to intermediaries as well as agents. We are given to understand that marathon meetings are currently underway at the IRDAI, where stakeholders are currently suggesting what are the kind of reforms that they expect. This document, once released, will actually be available for public consultation, and after that the implementation is likely to be, it is likely to be implemented by January 2027. So yes, much awaited reforms. We are expecting that among others, we are expecting that the IRDAI may do away with upfront commissions and could in fact introduce commissions that are linked to the policy life. In fact, just to give you a data about it, there was a Praxis report that was released just about a few months ago. The reform actually is quite on the lines of commissions, and the report actually mentioned, just to give you a perspective on what are the kind of reforms, the Praxis reports actually said that 70 to 80% of the premium paid in policy is actually backed by agents. Agents are in fact getting richer while policyholders continue to suffer. Just one of the data points from the Praxis report was that 83% of consumers are frustrated with insurance buying and are tied to actually the agents. We have with us we are actually joined by Mr. Vishal Bhave, practice leader, Insurance Praxis Global Alliance. Mr. Bhave, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV. The first question that I want to ask you is, as we look forward to these particular reforms, the first question is that is the industry really relying too much on intermediaries? Are they really the backbone, or they are in a way, bleeding the industry and taking away much of the larger pie of the premiums?
Okay, thanks, Pranav. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon to your viewers as well. So as we covered in the Praxis report, basically the challenge is that the profitability of the general insurers is under strain currently, right? So to answer your question about intermediary, traditionally insurance has always been an intermediary-driven business globally as well. In India, about 80-85% of the business comes through intermediaries. So when we talk of intermediary, it's about your agent, not only agents. So it's agents, brokers, the banks. And for motor, it is the car dealers who sell insurance when you go and to buy a particular vehicle, right? So the positive about having intermediary structure is that it has enabled reach, last mile access and servicing, especially in tier 2, 3, 4 towns. But the consequent challenges are also emerging, right? So one is very clearly the high distribution cost, which is causing a strain on the bottom line of insurers. Secondly, it also leads to customer ownership issues, because in our report also it very clearly shows that the intermediary is owning the customer more than what the insurer is supposed to do, which also then results in customer retention challenges. In general insurance, very clearly, if you look at the bottom line of insurers today, that out of every 100 rupees of premium which they collect, they are paying out more via claims paid, distributor costs, and other operating expenses. So it's clearly not sustainable. Similarly, in life insurance, the persistency that is fairly a challenge right now. So out of 100 rupees of new premium which comes in year 1, half of it runs out by the end of year 5. So these are some of the challenges which are emerging out of this model. Our report also basically touches upon alternative models, especially in general insurance, where globally profitable insurers have pivoted to a D2C sort of a model, along to augment the current structure as well, right? And which has yielded them results in terms of better customer experience and profitability as well.
Mr. Bhave, in fact, we've been talking to intermediaries as well as, consumers who have been affected by insurance premiums especially. And one of the feelings that is emerging is that the consumers are, there is a sort of feeling, sort of robbery, so to say, that consumers are expressing, that the high cost of premiums, and the second part is the commissions, 50 to 60% of it, in fact, in motor insurance sector. I want to ask you, in a sector which is actually mandatory insurance, such as motor insurance, why do commissions really need to be given or paid to the intermediaries? Why are intermediaries really required in a sector where insurance is mandatory?
Okay, so it's a very broad question, because insurance is typically of life and general. Within that, there's health, retail lines, commercial, so very broad spectrum. But let's focus on the product line which you mentioned, which is motor insurance, right? Just to educate our viewers, so there are two components to motor insurance. One is the third-party insurance, damage happening to a third party, and the second one is own damage to your own vehicle, right? The third-party component is mandatory by law. So when you go and purchase a vehicle, for 3 years you have to take a third party, and for 2 wheelers is 5 years, whereas own damage you can change every year, and that's discretionary. So that's one important education which we need to create. Second thing is you have to understand that in motor, unlike life and health, where technically everyone can be insured, in motor, the car park is finite, right? There are only so many vehicles on the road. The denominator is fixed. So there's heavy competition to gain market share. Right. And so our survey also further shows that in motor has become, unfortunately, a very commoditized product. Right. There's very low brand salience. 50% of the customers, in fact, don't even recall the name of the insurer. And 50%, half of them keep on churning or changing their insurer every year for own damage. So with this structure currently, the pricing becomes very important from a customer's perspective at the cost of value. Right. And that's a very unfortunate part. While insurers are doing a lot of stuff, a lot of innovation, a lot of technology, a lot of product innovation, process simplification to change that, but the perceived value currently is the way it is, and that also creates, incentive for the distributor to, influence the customer in terms of the choice of insurer, and at the back end, the commissions to the intermediary also makes a difference, right? So overall, that's the challenge today, and what has also happened is in this competition to grab market share, IRD had come up with expense of management guidelines in 2023, which gave greater flexibility to insurers to make their own commission structures as long as the overall expenses are maintained. So that has led to a lot of commission pressure on the retail lines like motor.
Right. Mr. Bhavi, thank you very much for joining us. We will continue to be connected with you as we follow this very, very important story. Republic Business has in fact been talking to stakeholders and individuals who've been affected. As the IRDA in fact says that your insurance is your right. If you have any queries or suggestions that are related to insurance premiums, there is a number that has been displayed on the screen. You can drop us messages and reach out to us, and we will be tracking the story and insurance reforms with you on Republic TV.
Right, thank you so much, Pranav, for all of those details and the latest on that. Thank you so much. And now, viewers, we'll move on with the bulletin, but first, let's take a look at the headlines first. Trump makes huge statement, says Iran ceasefire is over, calls Iranians liars and scum. NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte says US strikes on Iran were absolutely necessary. Iranian Foreign Ministry response to US strikes on Iran, says the MOU has been grossly violated.